Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for March 13th, 2007. Roberta, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Long?
Here.
Supervisor Foy?
Here.
Supervisor Bennett?
Here.
Supervisor Flynn?
Here.
And Supervisor Parks.
Here. Thank you. This morning we have the distinct pleasure of having Rabbi Brisky here from our Thousand Oaks Chabad. And if you'd like to come up to the microphone and present us with a moment of affirmation, and we really appreciate you coming all this way for us this morning.
Well, thank you. Good morning. We are taught that everything happens by divine providence. We have a detour. 23 has a lot of traffic. There's a reason for that. There's someone you have to meet. So I was thinking, why March 13th? Why today that I get the honor of finally coming here and addressing you? And so I started searching March 13th. In 1930, Pluto was discovered on March 13th. Pluto's not a planet anymore. It's been demoted. Uranus was discovered in 1739 on March 13th. Not that inspiring. So I went back further in history, all the way back to the third day of creation. And on the third day of creation, it says God creates the dry land, and He creates all the seeds and all the plants, and every tree that will ever grow creates that power in the earth to bring it forth. By the way, just parenthetically, He doesn't bring it forth until a human being enters the world. We're the ones that make this world grow. And on Tuesday, God says twice, and it was good. Not just once. Every day gets once, almost every day. But Tuesday gets twice, and it was good. What does it mean it was good? It was useful directly to human beings. On Monday, God separates the waters to the heavens and to the earth, and He doesn't say it was good, because it's not directly affecting the human beings if there's water above and water below. But earth, plants, trees, this directly affects human beings. It's useful for human beings. God says twice it was good. So something isn't complete until it's servicing humankind. And God created everything in a raw state for us to be also partners in creation. We have to make sure we are also doing that. We are bringing goodness to the world. Not just we're being good by not being bad, not hurting people, but actively bringing goodness and usefulness for human beings. And what happens in this room, this is what it's all about. Making things useful and bringing goodness to Ventura County, and by its extension to the state of California, to the United States of America, and to the world. Even though we may be dealing with sewage problems, making that 23 a little bit wider, these are things that are bringing goodness and light, that's bringing usefulness to human beings. And God Himself says, this is good, not once but twice. And that's why we're here on Tuesdays. Could have been meeting on Mondays, Fridays, but we have Tuesday, our day of meeting for the Board of Supervisors. May God help you to help all those you represent, to continue to make sure and to ensure that we continue to live in one of the most gorgeous counties, safest counties in the nation, and we will be able to provide an example to all the counties around us and yet to the world around us. Maybe very soon we bring the coming of the Mashiach, the Messiah, when we'll have goodness and gorgeousness and beauty all over the world. I'd like to conclude just with thanking my county supervisor, Supervisor Parks, for giving me the honor for opening today's Board of Supervisors session. I want to thank you all for the job, on behalf of all the citizens, on the job you are doing, on behalf of all of us here in Ventura County. God bless you all. And Mr. Flynn told me right before, it wasn't in here, but we need rain. So Jewish people, in every prayer that we say during these months, the winter months, during the summer months, we say, may God bring down the dew, because we don't want to ruin our summer. See, this is, so it's instituted in Jewish prayer. The prayer is Mashiv Haruach U'Moyid HaGeshem. May God bring the winds and make the rain come down and provide on behalf, with all the technology we have, we still need the rain. And may God, we do our part of bringing goodness and usefulness to the people, and God will definitely do His part and bring us rain speedily, very soon. And if it happens, I'll send you a bill.
Thank
Have
you,
a great
Rabbi.
day.
Well, will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? You have a card. Please come and speak.
Thank you, Rabbi, for those words.
Welcome. You want me to take pictures of you?
No. Adar 23, 5767, the year of the Torah. The word Shabbat is a Hebrew acronym for the three intellectual faculties of wisdom: comprehension, knowledge. The deepest dimension of God's Torah teaches understanding and recognition of the Creator, the role and purpose of creation, and the importance and unique mission of each creature. The Star published my letter, but they edited it and changed the meaning. The meaning is, Genesis is written in Hebrew. Christians are not the owner of Genesis. The Rabbi is the owner of Genesis because he can speak the Hebrew. Thank you, Rabbi.
We like to share. It's fine.
Thank you. At this time, Supervisor Bennett, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Hand over heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
February 6th and 13th. To actually continue that to March 20th.
Okay. We have a motion. And we had a second from Supervisor Flynn. Seeing no objections, and that passes. We'll go now to our agenda review.
Madam Chair, members of the board, as I told Roberta, we can't get two in a row on the agenda. We do have corrections this week. Last week we had a perfect record. Item number 20. Minor. Item number 27, there's a revised board letter. The board letter on recommendation number 3 indicated unanticipated revenue, and in fact it is revenue, or is appropriation in the capital budget that's being transferred. Item 29, there was an attachment to your agenda that was left out, and which you now have received. Item 33 has a board letter where page 1 there is a correction on the fiscal impact. And lastly, and very importantly, item number 39, the addendum for the local emergency, and the sheriff is with us this morning on that. If we could take that one out of order, I'm sure that would be appreciated.
Certainly. Maybe we'll move that item 39 to right after consent items. Okay, are there any other requests for changes to the agenda other than what Mr. Johnston pointed out? Then do I have a motion to accept the agenda as revised?
So moved.
Motion in a couple seconds. Seeing no objection, then the agenda will stand as suggested recommendations from Mr. Johnston. We'll now move on then to our consent items. I'd like to pull out item 12 just for a comment. And other than that, I have a motion for items 10, 11, 13, 14, and 15. Yes, so we'll take out 11. How about if we just do our comments first, and then we'll approve the whole thing? Okay, so let's start with 11, and then we'll discuss 12.
Okay.
Supervisor
Thank
Floyd.
you. I just have a comment as we continue to grow our healthcare system with this new space. I guess one of the things I was looking at was that this is going to increase our costs dramatically on this space, and it looked like from $18,000 to $57,000 a month was going to be the increase. And I was curious about where we're going to guarantee the increase in funding. I know we're going to have an increase in funding because hopefully we're going to do more services, but I was just wondering about the guarantee of this, because what happens if our funding doesn't come, because we do have a guarantee increase from $18,000 to $57,000. So that's a huge number when we go from, you know, a couple $100,000 a year to almost $600,000 or $700,000 a year. So that was my question.
Okay. And we might have an answer right now.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. The increased cost associated with this move has been gone through a financial pro forma. We've looked at the volumes, we looked at the cost per visit, and we've actually looked at it from a conservative standpoint. So we're comfortable that we can actually achieve those numbers in terms of the coverage of that cost. Of course, we'll have some other cost increases as well, which we've included in the pro forma.
Right.
It is a substantial increase, but the volumes that we expect in the Simi Valley area, based on our current performance, are more than satisfactory in terms of, from our view.
Right. I understand that part of it. What do we do if we don't get it? That's my concern, because this is a guarantee cost. We don't have guarantee revenue.
Well, as we've always done as a system, is made adjustments elsewhere. This is a facility that we believe strongly is needed for that community. And what we do as a system is prioritize and look at where we can make reductions and adjustment elsewhere in our system.
Okay. So are we going to be at what we're going to have an annual budget in the healthcare system? Are we going to say that when these kind of things come up, we're still not going to go above? I know it's a concern, because if we cut back in some areas, people wait in longer lines, and all the kind of things we try to reduce, and I understand that. But at some point, there's got to be some control here, right?
Absolutely, and we work with the CEO's office to monitor that on a regular basis. We provide financial projection as a system, and these numbers will be included in those financial projections.
Right. Is there a fixed number, though? I mean, do we say that I think that I look at this and it says, one thing I did notice that originally we had expenditures. I'm looking at your little chart that everybody gives, and it said 216,000. We had revenues 206. We had adjusted budget down to 209, and then we had revenues of 203. I noticed that it's always changing a little bit, and I expect it to change some. But I did notice that we may be going up a little bit on this.
We are required to work with CEO's office and report any discrepancies in our projections.
Okay.
So if, for example, this facility and this project has a discrepancy in terms of what we projected, we would notify the CEO of that difference. And as I said, we would work with CEO's office in terms of what our budgeted dollar amount was at the beginning of the year. So we work with the budget that the board has approved from day one.
I guess, and that's, Johnny, that's fixed, and it's not going to change unless they come back and ask for something in between, right? I mean, like you said, his budget, he comes back to you, your office.
Well, the budget does come back to us. On the other hand, the healthcare system is a little unique, and I think you're touching on the subject a bit, that we don't always have a payer source, and that there are times when our costs go up in excess of what our revenues are. It is a large system, and so what Paul's saying is that they try to make, and are usually successful in making adjustments in other areas to compensate for, a shortfall in the revenues. Is there an urgency on this one for this week, or could we carry this over a week, and then you could share the pro forma with the supervisor, showing to give a confidence level of why we think this will produce?
I'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
And walk through the pro forma.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yes,
If
Supervisor
I could,
Bennett.
but I think I'm hearing you say that the bottom line question is there a fixed budget?
Yeah, I'm just saying if it's $210 million, and if it's all of a sudden we're getting out of control and the costs because you don't know how many people are going to show up at the doors, right? How do we control that 210? Because when it gets into a situation, as we heard a couple weeks ago, we talked about loss, how do we make money? It has to come out of the general fund at some point to fund those services. And as we know, the general fund doesn't have that kind of money.
So once we adopt a budget figure for a department, that budget figure can't get changed without coming back to us.
Right.
Right? Correct?
Well, it's yes and no, and I'm not trying to dance around it, but we have what we call an enterprise fund. And enterprise funds, sometimes make money and sometimes lose money, and that can occur within a budget year, and it doesn't come back here necessarily. But if we have like four enterprise funds, Christine, is it? We have what, Harbor?
Slightly more than that, but all of your ISF and your enterprise.
Well, ISF's in addition to but we have like your Harbor, your Parks and Recreation, the hospital, and the airport. Sometimes they take a loss and they have retained earnings that they balance out against, but that's not necessarily cash. I shouldn't go into a whole budgeting explanation on this one question, but when you get a request for increase in contribution to an enterprise fund, it is because they have sustained losses to a point where that there is a need for an infusion of a capital contribution. So I think we probably should give you kind of a special report just on exactly how all that works.
And that request comes to us, though.
Right, that does come to the board.
So we do see it.
Right, and the board could say no, and then that requires, just as in with any department, a number of adjustments. So it's not as though you're in a situation where you're going to have to spend the money regardless. It does mean that you're going to have to be willing to do without something else if you can't come up with the money in this fund or any other budget unit.
Thank you.
Regarding the specific question, is there the lease is for how many years?
It's a 15-year lease
Okay.
with amortized tenant improvements through that 15 years.
All right, so at this point then, we'll go ahead and continue this.
Sounds good.
Thank you for
Thanks so much. Appreciate that.
your comments.
An additional question, if you could get back to us on, is there any way to get out of the lease? Is there any protection for us to get out of the lease?
I will provide that response.
Thank you. And I had a question on consent item 12. No, not yet. We're going to handle all of them at once. My question, when I look at the list of bidders, it surprises me how much there is in difference between materials. For example, a quarter-ton concrete riprap is as low as like $100,000 for Alliance Contracting, but $217,000 for Union Engineering. I'm just wondering, why would you have such dramatic differences? Is it the amount they're using, or they have a closer, cheaper source, or? It does change the amount of the bids a lot. You have bids going from $200,000 to $650,000 for the same project.
That's correct. Madam Chairman, thank you. My name is Tom Legier. I'm with the Operation and Maintenance Division of the Watershed Protection District. In regard to the bidding, we've attached, because this is an O&M project, we've attached the abstracts of the bids, and we will get variances in bids depending on the contractors and how their workload stacks out and how they see the job. We have had these bidders have consistently been bidding the jobs that we have been going out with. The reason that the cost difference in the total amount is, I think, probably tied perhaps to a source of where the rock comes from, because they'll be hauling it from various locations, so there's a cost associated with that. And then also with the just the way they view the job. They'll have different ways that they will approach this job. And our estimate was close to actually what the job bid out at. We estimated the job at $192,000, the job bid out at $198,000. So I think the cost is reasonable. I can't speak to why we got a $600,000 bid on this job, but that generally is just a factor of their workload and how they view doing the work.
Okay. Yeah, I was just surprised to see everything from 190 to 450 to 650.
Yes.
It's huge. But it seemed to have been related to the material, so maybe someone's getting it right from Grimes or something. Someone else is taking it from San Bernardino.
That plus sometimes they load their bids differently depending on how they want to take money out of the job, when they want to get money out of the job. And so there will be swings in the way that they bid the materials depending on when that material is used on the project.
And they're pretty stuck to it. I mean, we're not going to see change orders coming in because the material costs have gone up.
No, we have the low bidder on this job is Alliance Contracting. They've done a number of jobs for us, including the clean out on Lower Cayugas last year. We took out, was over a $4 million project. I don't recall that we've had a change order from them. When they come in, they do the work, and they've been very good about that.
That's good to know. Okay, got his question answered, got my question
Okay.
answered. Thank you very much. So at this time, we'd go ahead for a motion for the consent item minus item
Move
11.
the consent.
And continue 11 to next
Right.
meeting.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Seeing no objection, then that passes. So now let's go on to item 39. This one is the Sheriff's Department regarding a proclamation of local emergency. Are we prepared for that? Otherwise, I can wait.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Mr. Johnson. We're coming back to your board to terminate the proclamation of local emergency that was done at the Sheriff's request for your ratification due to the effects of the freeze. While we are asking that this proclamation, or that we end this proclamation period, it will not change our ability to seek further reimbursement for either agencies or individuals under either the California Disaster Assistance Act or the Stafford Act. The governor has requested for the second time the activation of the Stafford Act by the president to declare a local or a presidential emergency for the county. That has not yet taken place, but we are still advocating that, and the Governor's Office of Emergency Services is supporting us in that effort.
Best of luck in that effort.
And
do I have a motion?
Move to recommend that.
Motion and a second. Seeing no objections, that passes. Thank you for being here for that. We'll now go to our public comment portion of the agenda, and I bet Carol Dean Williams has a card. Would you like to come up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Carol Dean Williams, 61-year resident. The Ventura County Star reminded us that this is shining a light on Freedom Week, the Sunshine Week. Kathleen Wilson is in the back there, and I want her to take a message back to her boss, Joe Howry, since he hung up the phone on me a second time, to tell him to quit mixing opinion with news stories. They don't mix, so give us some sunshine on the freedom of the press. But I got to spend more important time on Women's History Month. Here's a medical study that says Angry gene could spur hostility in women. Women with this DNA more likely to feel, express anger. Study finds. That led me to do a presentation, but how much time do I got left? I won't have time to do the presentation.
You have 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
2 minutes and 42 seconds. And I am so embarrassed this morning because I feel like I'm going to be arrested, but it's in the Star. I'm reading this from the newspaper, folks. I'm not making it up.
You have a microphone, so you don't need to be quite as loud.
Well, this is so important, I don't want no one not to hear this. Sex on the brain. This is in the Star. I'm quoting. She introduced us to the G-spot. Now she recommends other hot spots. Can you believe that they're saying that's only 25 years old? And they call in prostitution the oldest profession? Can you believe that? Listen to this. I am so embarrassed. One woman had 6 orgasms in 24 minutes. After none in the 2 years since her injury, Whipple recalled. She was crying. I was crying. Holy mackerel. Yeah. Well, I got to get on to more important things. I had the title for this poem, but I didn't have the poem till Supervisor Foy told me about his horse last week, and then here came the poem. Pony up, supervisors. Every horse likes a cowboy's spurs. They tickle the ribs. They release hot air in quickened spurts. I am so proud of Cowboy Foy. He bought a horse. So pony up, supervisors. It's past time to adopt his manners and follow his polite recourse. He's here a half hour early. You guys are usually late. No public speaker should be stopped in mid-syllable. Skirts howdy, I thought ever cowgirl syllable. Every horse needs a cowboy's attention. That's why there's reins. But it takes manners to apply the right tension. Every public speaker should be allowed summary. So pony up, supervisors, loosen the reins, cancel the bounty. I am so proud of Cowboy Foy, even before his horse. So pony up, supervisors, 'cause his speech has not been vulgar and coarse.
Your time is up.
Can I summarize? There's just one last verse. You can't stop me without the last verse.
We'll see you next week for the conclusion. Thank you.
Oh, gosh, run my poem.
Our next, we'll go to our regular, actually we have board comments, and then we'll go to our regular agenda item. How about if we start on the right side this time? Would you like to go? Thank you, Supervisor Foy.
Come on, partner.
I'd like to adjourn and thank these people. Thank you. That's the way in my district. Another thing I'd like to say is Kathy Wilson's out in the audience with the Star, and I got a notice yesterday that she's not going to be doing any more, I guess, reporting on the politics of this county. Huh? But I just want to say thank you. I appreciate all the good things you did for me, and I'm sure for the rest of the people too. So I want to say thank you for that. Is this your last day?
This week.
This week, okay. All right. Anyway, but I do want to say thank you. The other thing I wanted to say is that I had the great opportunity during the last 60 days. One of the commitments we made when we first got involved onto the board was to go out and meet all the departments. I had a great opportunity in the last 60 days to meet all the departments. And I got to tell you, there's a lot of departments in this county. There's a lot of people. But, you know, it was exciting. There was a lot of great things, a lot of wonderful, wonderful people I got the opportunity to meet. And I just want to say thank you to all of them who gave us the time and a lot of information. It was great. It's great to see a lot of committed people to this whole process and a lot of people who really care about this county and care where it's going. And then from my standpoint, that want to see it run as the best it can be, the most economical way of providing services to the people that we're required to provide. So it was a great experience, a lot of good things, and a lot of people who want to see a lot of good things be done. So I'm just proud to be part of it, along with these other supervisors, a good group of people, and just a great group of people in the county. So I just want to say thank you to all those people who gave me that privilege. Those are my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Long?
Yes, thank you, and good morning. I too have a list to submit for those who adjourned in memory, to adjourn in memory of those in my district. Two I'd like to call out. The first is Ralph Eugene Cowelty of Camarillo, resident of our county his entire life, a respected businessman in our community, running a mobile service station and P&R rentals, active with Boy Scouts, the Camarillo Chamber, serving as president one term in Camarillo Lions Club. His name is well known, Cowelty Road, which is a road that goes from Pleasant Valley out to Las Posas out to Lewis Road, yes. and many other things. He will certainly be missed. Again, a long time, one of those known names that has great roots in this county. And the other for the wife of Jess Victoria, a Santa Paula resident. Jesse's the owner of a very active business in downtown Santa Paula, and his wife Josephine T. Victoria passed away, a woman in her own right in many respects of her contributions to the community. So submit those names. I would also like to make note, and I believe we were invited once and invited again. I've been asked to display this. This is for the grand jury's open house, which will take place on March 23rd, 11 to 2 at County Square Drive on the 3rd floor. And I know I've posted outside my office, and we'll have them posted around the county buildings for folks to visit the grand jury, as we'll be starting a recruitment for the next year's grand jury members. So I wanted to make note of that publicly. Also, to let the board know, I'm certain you've all been reading, and Supervisor Flynn, too, has been involved with the issues at Halico, and now that the EPA has stepped in to declare this a toxic waste site, basically. And there's going to be a period of time for folks to give comment to Halico regarding the Superfund status. And Senator Boxer has weighed in on this, and the concerns that I think some of the community members have is that welcoming a Superfund status, but not getting bogged down in what is can be a very long period of time before anything gets done with the site. And that is certainly not the desire of the community for the Ormond Beach wetlands restoration and other things. So just to let you know that I will be working with, as I have been with the EPA and others, to bring forward, I would hope, some comments that the board might be supportive of in response to the Superfund status on Halico. So to give you that information. Last thing, and I appreciate that Commander Kemp is here. I won't read it, but the letter that was in to the editor making comment on the Todd Road Jail, raising concerns about our recycling and issues with the jail. And talking with the CEO, I would ask that the CEO work with the staff, the command staff, to give the board an update on the response to issues raised in that letter, because we certainly want to make sure that we're doing everything with all of our facilities, one, that are to recycle and to be environmentally friendly, but also just for the good operational side of the system. And once you have a letter hits the paper, then you have rumors out there, right or wrong, and I'm sure that you would want to put them to rest also, just as we would. And the last thing I'd like to comment on is this is Women's History Month. So I have provided for you a little quiz, and I'm not going to quiz you up here, but one of the questions was, I spoke at Brighter Horizons, which is a workshop that's put on by American Association of University Women on Saturday at Pacifica High School. And it's always a wonderful event. Over 200 young folks attend and do various workshops on career opportunities, and I spoke specifically on public service. But one of these questions here is, who was the first known American woman to advocate for women's right to vote? This is an easy one. And the answer is? Steve gets the gold star, Abigail Adams. So just a little note for Women's History Month. Thank you all.
Thank you. We can do another one next week. Huh? At this time, Supervisor Bennett, would you like to go?
Sure. Thank you. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the person on this list. And my only other comment is to congratulate Supervisor Foy for getting through his first 60 days. But overall, you've done a nice job of getting out there and doing that first important part of being a supervisor, which is just finding out what's going on. So I just compliment you for doing that. Thank you.
And Supervisor Flynn.
That's probably why we're called supervisors, right? I just asked the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. And even shorter board comments, I have none. So with that, then, let's go to our regular agenda. And I have a request that we pull item 26 to discuss first. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Johnston.
Yeah. Madam Chair, members of the board, as we're all aware, the continuing issues that are being addressed in the Guardian's office. The first part of the outside audit report has been complete. You have received that. We're recommending you receive and file it. Our view at this point is that things are moving along at a proper pace and things are being taken care of. We have with us the authors of the report in case your board has any questions, but if not, we'd like them to get on with their day and the continuing the work with the Guardian's office.
Thank you. I do have one comment card, so maybe before we go to our questions, if any, let's call up Mr. Matheny.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the board. It is clearly not a done deal yet that we have completed the tasks that we need to complete in order to have public confidence restored in the office, but I am grateful for this first phase of the report coming out at this point, and as it does, indicating that we have made great progress in the task. I want to particularly thank the audit team for the professionalism that they have shown in working with my staff, and really for taking a look at the right things to be able to give to you an accurate summary that we have moved along in a proper way at a pace I wish were faster, but given all of the challenges that we face on the day-to-day level, I guess it's truly a realistic pace that we're making. I would love to have been able to have everything wrapped up back in January, all of the tasks that we need to do, but that's unrealistic, I realize. And I would just be available for questions if you have any.
Thank you. Supervisor Bennett?
Just one question. The third bullet point on the highlights in Mr. Johnson's report says that the performance indicators and expectations to include workload, timeliness, quality performance are yet to be established. They recommend job performance, competency, and expectations to be developed and clearly defined. What's our timing for when we think that will be completed?
My best estimate is that we're probably within the 45 to 60 day level. It's greatly impacted by the fact that we do need to provide interaction with the auditors, and the staffing study has begun, which is also demanding of staff. So we're trying to deal with those non-normal types of things as we seek to knock down this list.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Supervisor Ford?
I just want to say it looks like you've done a great job and got through a lot of these things. That's hard. I know being involved with audits in some of the business, it's always some things you can always find, but I know a lot of work has gone in, and I just want to say I appreciate you doing that.
Thank you. And if I may, Madam Chair, I would be remiss if I didn't thank publicly Marilyn Scott for the hard work that she has done in leading the day-to-day way in getting us to where we are today.
Thank you. I note also in the chart a few of the additional action needed is verification of things that have been indicated as being implemented, verification of compliance with policies and procedures, comprehensive internal control audits, verification of compliance with policy and procedures regarding, what I'm thinking is that we oftentimes, as I watched the history unfold, there were indications that things had been done, but there wasn't this mechanism of verification. Recommendations by the auditor controller's office were said to have been done and weren't done, and this goes beyond just your department. But I'm hopeful that from this lesson we'll learn some ways to assure that the agencies that interact with your office, from the district attorney's office, the behavioral health department, the auditor controller's office, that when they request something and that there is some follow-up to it. If they don't get the information, I think information wasn't being provided to the district attorney's office in a timely fashion, that there's some kind of mechanism that kicks in where it goes to a higher level, that at least the board is aware of it, or the information needs to be able to be verified. So I do look forward to the second phase of this also. But I would like to be able to look at the interactions between the agencies and the departments to assure that if they're not getting the information, that we work to see that they do get it. Thank you.
Supervisor Parks?
Yes.
Certainly agree with that comment. I think that the goal here is that everyone understands their roles and responsibilities that interact with the public guardian, public administrator office. So it would certainly cross over to district attorney and behavioral health and now our county council. So that would be helpful. Have a clear delineation.
Right. And when someone's not getting the information, we do something to assure that that happens. Supervisor Flynn, did you want to comment?
We're reminded of how important your office is in the services that it provides and the management of the office on the issues that we've discussed, public guardian and so forth, but also the heavy responsibility that you have in investing the money and investing the money according to policies, which you have said you're doing. You're guided by those investment policies. That's so important because all we have to do is look back at Orange County and we might say, well, that could never happen. But we just have to be on top of everything. And I appreciate the work that you're doing to overcome the problems.
It's a big responsibility. You have several responsibilities and you wear several hats. So, and we share your frustration that this can't be taken care of in a faster manner. But I'm glad for what we have, that we have an audit and that we are being thorough and we are getting the information. Thank you. With no other comments, then, do we have a motion to receive and file? We do have a motion and a second to receive and file. And seeing no objection, then that passes. We can now go on to item 23 on our regular agenda from the Healthcare Agency. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board. Mr. Johnson, I'm Karen Davis, Deputy Director for the Healthcare Agency. The item before you today is requesting the appointment for several members to our Ventura County Healthcare Plan Standing Committee. This committee was formed by your board when we started our healthcare plan and got it licensed under our Knox-Keene Act. This committee is responsible for the quality of care systems and the grievance process for the healthcare plan. As members of our board, we do have 7 regular members and 4 alternates. Supervisor Steve Bennett serves on that committee, as well as our CEO. Today we are requesting the appointment and reappointment for 4 out of 9 of our board-appointed members. The members that we're seeking to request approval on are a plan provider, Dr. John Fankhauser, to serve a 1-year term, Vera Dominguez, a plan member, to serve a 3-year term, and a plan member, Michael Pettit, to serve a 2-year term. We're also seeking a new appointment for a plan member alternate, Letitia Garibe. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? I would just like to say, from looking at the minutes and seeing how thorough and complete your work is, it's just really assuring to me. And obviously there's a lot of hard work behind that, but it is really helpful and a great idea that we have this committee. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And seeing no objections, that passes. And congratulations and thanks to the new members, continuing members. And then item 24 is also from the Healthcare Agency on ambulatory care.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Mr. Johnson, Paul Lorenz from the Healthcare Agency. This is a request for approval for a professional services agreement with Dr. Michelle Laba for the operation of the Mandalay Bay Women's and Children's Clinic in Oxnard. Dr. Laba has been a partner of the Healthcare Agency since 2001 and has done an exceptional job in serving the children of the Oxnard area. In fact, she's very well known for the care of children with chronic diseases as well as developmental issues. We look forward to our continued partnership with Dr. Michelle Laba at the Mandalay Bay Women's and Children's Center. I'd be happy to answer any questions specific to her contract.
Move the recommendation.
We have a motion. Is there a second on the motion? Second. Good. Seeing no objection to the motion, then that passes. And thank you for your report. We have time for, I think, one more, and this would be the County Executive Office, and this is the ratification of MOU. I don't see Mr. Nicole here. Would you like to take this one?
Well, yeah, where is Mr. Nicole? Oh. This is the formality of the long process, or tortuous process, and we are recommending to your board that you do certify the memorandum of agreement with the SPOVAC.
Okay, and that SPOVAC is the acronym for Specialized Peace Officer Association of Ventura County.
Mm-hmm.
Any comments? Any motions?
Move the item.
And Supervisor?
Second. And again, appreciation to Mr. Nicole and his team. I think they did an excellent job, and to SPOVAC certainly for reaching agreement.
People don't realize how many unions are out there in our county, of our county employees. And as a result, it's a great deal of time and almost constant work in trying to continue to negotiate these contracts. It's a lot of work, and it's nice when it's done in a really amicable manner, which we have been fortunate to have with Mr. Nicole. Mr. Bennett?
I'd just like to go back real quick to the Mandalay Bay Women's and Children's Medical Clinic, just to point out.
Can we go ahead and
Okay.
we have a motion and a second on this, and seeing no objections, and that passes, and so we'll go ahead. Would you like to call another item out?
I just wanted to make a comment. We've already approved the item. I just wanted to point out how fortunate we are to have somebody that specializes in treatment of infants with substance abuse, and that wanted to point that out as that one came up. But it's just an example of across this county we get some remarkable people to work with us, and you guys are doing a great job with that. So thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll move to our 9:30 time certain, a very exciting time. This is going to be a swearing in of Karen Staples as our Chief Adult Probation Officer and Chief Juvenile Probation Officer. And we have the Honorable Toy White, presiding judge of our Superior Court, to do the swearing in. And if you would all step up. A very exciting moment.
Good morning, members of the board, public. This is an exciting time, and I am honored to be here to swear in the Chief of the Probation Officer, Karen Staples. I'm always happy to participate in first, and we should all be mindful that this is a first, because this is the first woman to hold this position. And Karen, you come forward. And if you will repeat after me. I,
Karen Staples,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations, Chief.
Whew. This is pretty exciting. I have a few comments, but before I get started, I'd like to introduce a couple of people in the audience. First, I'd like to introduce my brother Bill, and my sister-in-law Renee. And I have a large contingency of friends and supporters and also members of the agency, so I'm a bit overwhelmed right now, but thank you all for being here. I very much appreciate it. You know, I'm very excited about being sworn in as the new Chief Probation Officer, but, you know, at the same time, I'm humbled by your confidence in me and very much aware of the awesome responsibilities that come with the position. However, I feel that I'm up to the opportunities, I'm up to the challenges, and not necessarily because any of abilities that I may have, but because I know that I have the support of your board, I have the support of the bench, and I have the support of the people in my agency. You know, at the risk of sounding very trite, Ventura County enjoys a wonderful statewide reputation, and I've heard you board members talk about going to meetings and saying, you know, Ventura, I get so much pride because I hear about Ventura and what a wonderful agency and what a great reputation. But you need to understand something. It's not because of who the chief, it's because it's the people who work in the agency. It's the hard work of the staff and the commitment and the dedication of my staff. And so I couldn't be prouder to be chief of such a wonderful organization. I had a few comments this morning about the challenges facing the agency, but if you all read the Star this morning, Tim Hurt did a wonderful job of talking about the challenges facing probation. The $50 million that's coming to probation to enhance adult services for the young adult offender, I think that population we definitely have an opportunity to impact. So I'm excited about that. I think that we have demonstrated in the past in the juvenile arena that given some resources that we have the ability to impact juvenile crime. You know, we started out with a challenge grant in Oxnard, and then we had Title IV money, and we have JJCPA money. You know, we've developed a system of care, a safety net for juveniles and their family. We've gotten money to build new facilities so we can provide better programming for the kids in our custody. We brought in the Annie Casey Foundation to look at detention reform. We've done all these things around detention to provide better services and have less kids in custody. We also are enhancing our drug court program. We're enhancing our mental health, our Adelante juvenile court, and we're starting to provide treatment services for sex offenders. So we've got the juvenile system up, we've got the juvenile system going, and now our focus really needs to be on the adult system and what we can do for that youthful offender population to prevent them from just sliding into the criminal lifestyle. We've demonstrated we can do it on the juvenile level, and I'm confident that with your board's support and in conjunction with my justice partners that we can absolutely make an impact. The state's emphasis seems to be, you know, we want fewer people to come to prison, we want fewer people going to jail. That's part of it, and I think the human part is really the important part. You just really can't put a price on. You know, to help young youthful offenders get back on the straight and narrow, to become productive members of society. I think that's really the important part, and the others are nice, but the human element is really where we're focusing. Of course, in order to do that, our other challenge is going to be the recruitment and the retention of staff. That is going to have to be one of our primary focuses. Right now, we have a lot of vacancies. We're able to keep up with, you know, when one person leaves, we can replace them, but we still can't address the backlog. With new programs coming on, it's even more imperative that we step up our recruitment efforts. Also, retention is another issue. The parole department seems to come and cherry pick some of our finest officers to go to parole, and we need to do something within the agency to make them want to stay, to give them promotional opportunities, to work with them so they feel committed and dedicated, and that they will stay rather than go after, you know, the 3% at 50, which, you know, there's no way we can offer, and the salaries, we can't compete. So that's another focus within our agency. The development of our staff is going to be a big part. We are in the process right now of cooperating and working with the county on their succession plan, and we need to develop an in-house succession plan so that we prepare our young staff, not only in administration, but throughout all levels of the agency, to assume greater responsibility and leadership roles. So that will be another focus. We have a lot ahead of us. It's going to be very busy, but I'm very confident that with your support and our continued wonderful working relationship that we're up to it and that we can get the job done. So, again, thank you very much for this morning. I really appreciate it. And if any of you are wondering why I'm wearing a lei, I'm not leaving for Hawaii. But my executive staff felt that I needed to have flowers, and they gave me a lei because they know that I'm very fond of Hawaiian flowers. So anyway, I thank them for that. And it's just kind of a celebration and a reminder that, you know, it's a new beginning and we're on the road to bigger and better things. So thank you very much for your support, and I look forward to working with you and in the years to come.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Long, you wanted to comment?
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Obviously very supportive, so pleased. You are now a seasoned professional, if you wish to wear that term, but I wondered about the flowers, so I'm glad to hear. I'm happy you're not headed off
Not leaving
somewhere
for Hawaii now.
in your first move. And you spoke so well of the tremendous agency you are now going to be leading, and both the depth of the managers, their skills, their commitment, the frontline folks who really do such an outstanding job, and we really are on the map statewide for the many good things we do, and our cooperation with all the agencies you interface with, the programming that we go after so that we can continue to believe that we can change young lives and intervene and help some of these young folks take a different path, and we have to continue to believe that, and we do that because through cooperation and the communication efforts. I appreciate all the accomplishments you noted, but the challenges ahead too, and fully support you and believe that you're up to the challenge, as all your management team and the agency employees are. So we celebrate with you.
Right. Thank you so much. And you know, it's really nice to, you know, we've known for a long time probation makes a difference, and we demonstrated that in the juvenile arena, and now we have an opportunity to do it in adults, and I'm really happy to think that the state now says, gee, maybe probation can make a difference on the adult arena. I think that's very exciting, and I'm really looking forward to that. So
great.
Thank you.
Supervisor Foy?
Well, here's one of those great people I told you I met going around through all my tours, and I just want to say thank you very much. It was a wonderful time to get to know you a little bit as we spent a few hours together, but you know, great leaders don't come around very often, but you can see by the people who came to support you, great leadership. Thank you so much, and the best to you.
Thank you. Do you have your spork?
Yes, I do.
Oh, good.
I've kept my sport.
Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you. It is a real pleasure to be here for the first woman, and thank you for working hard and becoming that role model for lots of other women. Even the probation agency is certainly not where you'd normally find women at the top, so congratulations for that. But I don't have to remind you, but I would, just for the benefit of the public, that there really is a special mission in probation, and it is that you've got your foot on both sides of the issue, and you clearly recognize that. What's really great is that we have a special agency to tackle this special mission. And we talk about sort of the ranking and all of that. It is harder work and more difficult to stay at the top than it is to get at the top. And so I just like to take this opportunity to challenge you, to challenge everybody in your agency, but also us up here, to make sure that we do keep our eyes open on being at the cutting edge and making those kinds of changes, so that we really do, 5 years from now, find ourselves actually having a real impact on those young adults and not having an impact. So let us know what we can do to support you there. Good luck.
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett.
Supervisor Flynn?
Yes, congratulations, Judge Toy White. Thank you for being here for this special occasion. We're very proud of you, Karen. I have to remind you of one thing, if you don't mind, because I have a lot of good things to say about you. But one time, my neighbor reported to me that my house was surrounded by pickets from the probation department. I see some of them out here. Look at all the And I really appreciated actually the picket because it told me how important I am.
Good. That was the message.
When I think about probation, I think about all the parts of the justice system. I think of the sheriff's department, the sheriff, the DA, the court, the bench, as you referred to it, all parts of it, the public defender. But as I look at probation, you're the ones, all of you out there who work in the department, that take people by the hand, so to speak, and say, we're going to put you on a new course of life. And that's what it's all about. And the better we do that, the more fortunate we all are for doing that. So many things have taken place in the probation department, especially the handling and treatment of, as you mentioned, young children who sometimes enter the juvenile system and they're mentally ill. They suffer from depression more likely than schizophrenia, but they still suffer from that. And when I went out one time to visit with Judge Back, and around this table that we met in, Judge Back was seated with a whole bunch of people from probation, public defender, DA, human services, et cetera, and they were all discussing what is the best route for this child. And that was such a major breakthrough. And you're part of that, and your predecessor, Cal Remington, part of that, and all the people seated out here. I was so proud of that because the child there was being treated as someone who was sick and not strictly someone who violated the law. And that's a step we have to continue with. And I'm thankful that you're in there because you're part of all this change, and you're a very good person. It's an honor to have you working for county government. Thank you.
Thank you.
I too, got to witness the Adelante court that Supervisor Flynn was talking about, and I was so impressed to see government functioning so well and all those agencies coming together working just for that one individual. And it is very impressive, and it would be nice to be able to extend that to our adults. And I realize that some 70% of the adults, women in our jails, have mental illness, as well as probably the majority of our males in the jails. And when you realize that they then go on probation, it comes to your agency. And to be able to start doing some focus on treating the whole person, not just the criminal aspect, but also the behavioral health aspect too, is I think one of the keys that we need to look forward to. The first time I met you or got to really know you, you were wearing a hard hat, and I was so impressed with the competency that I witnessed, your ability to listen and understand, and your candor, and I really appreciated it, and watched the building of the Juvenile Justice Center to a really Class A facility, and that is an incredible badge that you can wear too. It is quite an honor and to be chosen to lead the probation agency, to be a woman, and I see a lot of women in the audience that realize you just broke the glass ceiling, and that is very neat for others in your wake, but also that the process, it doesn't just involve the board selecting you, but it also involves the Superior Court and the judges, and to have that support, I think, is vital, and you well deserve it, and I wish you the best of luck. You do have a lot on your plate, and I think you're very competent and capable, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. You know, it's really only through the collaboratives and the cooperative efforts of everybody that we can provide really, you know, good systems of care for the kids and address the needs of the kids and their families, and hopefully we can set that same system of care up for the youthful offenders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and then we'll resume the board meeting. Department. Oh, actually, we have our 10 a.m. Let's do our 10 a.m. Sorry about that, Mr. Carroll. Okay, 10 a.m. item then is our budget targets.
We'll do a duo. I'll come down and I'll do that.
Morning, board members. Paul Dursey, County Executive Office. We'll make the format will be a brief presentation, a brief synopsis of where we are in the current year, and then our challenges for next year. And so, with based on that, we'll just go ahead and get started. There's a down arrow here.
This is the for Supervisor Foy's benefit. When we start the budget process, it doesn't actually come to a public hearing until June. We usually start with the first shot in January after the governor puts out his preliminary budget. Then there's a thing known as the May Revise in Sacramento that gives us a better sense of what's going to be done for us or done to us by the state of California. And in the meantime, what we do is we have periodic updates to the board, depending on how uncertain things are and the general circumstances. I'll either do it every Tuesday morning or give you a little break in between. But this is kind of the beginning to remind us where we've been and to get you sort of focused on where we're going to be when we go into the budget hearing process in June. So Paul and I'll kind of do this together, but the current budget year shows a general fund of $838 million with revenues of $843 million, and so that's a good thing to take in more money than you spend. And we started out by increasing designations this year in preparation for some of the things you're going to be faced with regarding the hospital and the particularly the jail overcrowding. And so $5 million was set aside in this current year in the hopes of creating a place saver for future years. However, events always overtake us, and the first thing that happened to the budget was the obvious importance of dealing with the ever-increasing number of vacancies in the sheriff's office, partially related to the salary levels and the competition with a lot of early retirements in law enforcement throughout California. It became more and more difficult to recruit. And so instead of reducing the number of vacancies, we were seeing them, creep up year after year, and we were going the wrong direction. So as one of the great things about being in Ventura County is that just as you saw with Karen Staples' appointment, that was a collaborative effort between your board, the courts, and my office. It was also a collaboration with Karen Staples, who changed her personal plans to stick around and help the county in the succession planning and get the next generation ready. So the fact that we work collaboratively in this county most of the time, I think is a real credit to us. And in the case of the labor agreement with the Sheriff's Department, between the labor organization, the Sheriff's Administration, our office, with the support of your board, we reopened the contract early and renegotiated the salary level in order to make ourselves more competitive. And the result of that is, I'm told, and we have anybody from the Sheriff's Office still here, my understanding is that we are, if not leading the state, we're right up there at the head of the line as far as the effectiveness of the recruiting effort. And it is anticipated that we will be fully staffed probably by summer. I don't know if that's still holding up or not, but anyway, so the progress is good. That's the good news. And then there's a price tag that goes with it. And the price tag is that the cost of renegotiating the salaries and front-loading it for recruitment purposes is that we increase the cost of the labor package by $6 million. So the hurrier we go, the behinder we get. We had $5 million set aside for other purposes, and this, by priority, took precedent. Yes.
And when you said fully staffed, does that mean that we'll have deputies in the unincorporated area to the standards that we had previously? And I'm just wondering what that means. What does fully staffed mean?
Fully staffed means the number of allocations that have, we fully funded allocations throughout the county. That is, when your board approves a position in any department, in this case the Sheriff's Office, even though in the budget process you may have vacancies funded at, say, 25%, the departments, if they can fill those vacancies, are guaranteed that we will come up with the money to be sure that all positions are filled. So this means all positions will be filled. Now, the deployment of those positions, the demand for services, and how they're allocated is a separate question. And this does not mean we have fully restored back to pre-19, or not 19, but 2000.
And that's something that comes to us with the budget and
That's
the
correct.
sheriff's recommendations.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Oh, I have a question. I'm sorry. The gang, and maybe you talked about this, the gang suppression unit, we're talking about an issue that the sheriff identified some time ago,
Right.
2 or 3 months ago, and this is to provide that kind of suppression unit in the unincorporated areas. He talked about El Rio and other unincorporated areas.
Well, I think gangs, kind of knowing no bounds, that, the sheriff is responsible for the unincorporated area, but he works in cooperation with all law enforcement agencies.
I understand, but the thing about it is what caught his strong attention was the fact that someone was shot and killed in El Rio walking down an alley, and he wrote an email about that, as I recall.
Right. Well, item number one is $6 million was increased. This is an additional cost after you adopted your budget last June. The sheriff's dispatch issue, we had a problem there again with huge vacancy factors. We addressed that mid-year. And then here's the item Supervisor Flynn is referring to. The sheriff brought forth the restoration of a gang suppression unit, but it was only a partial restoration, and that's the reason for the price tag, but nonetheless an additional cost mid-year. These all have been approved by your board and are now in the budget. This is one of the areas that we are looking at. The sheriff transferred 2 existing positions to join the additional positions you gave to create this unit, sort of on loan, with the expectation that when we come back in the spring with the budget, that we will need to address that by filling out the balance of the gang unit. Some people refer to it as the West County. I think your board, at least my office, refers to it as the Sheriff's Gang Suppression Unit, to be used as effectively as possible. And hopefully, where the problems are, that's where we will go to address them, regardless of geography. But right now, I think Supervisor Flynn, you're correct that some of that came up that brought this mid-year with some of the gang activity that was going on in the West County. So anyway, these top items here, you got $8 million worth of new cost after you adopted your budget that has to be absorbed in the budget. And then we had a deferred cost, and this is the contribution to VCMC, where for about 2 years after the pension costs came back, you recall that whole story of Paul Angelo was here to describe it for you last week. When we started having to pay our full pension costs plus some of the back costs, this money had not been placed in the hospital budget, but we did that for all other budget units within the general fund. And so this I refer to as a deferred cost, but you add it up, there's $15 million of additional cost since last June that's been amended to the budget. The good news is we're still staying balanced throughout this fiscal year, and we do project a $5 million contribution to the surplus of the county, or the reserves. And this item is really one that is, I believe, that the auditor, that's from is it GASB, or the year-end reconciliation from the prior year?
You projected fund balance?
There was a $5 million after we closed the year out last year.
There was a CAFR adjustment, yes.
Yeah, a CAFR adjustment, right? Not GASB, a CAFR adjustment. So, that's another little bit of good news. That is, that goes into your savings account.
Can I ask you a question? The $7 million that went to the hospital,
right?
Is that just that year? Or are we is that next year we owe that, we do that $7 million again, or is that just a one-time?
This is an ongoing payroll cost.
This is ongoing.
Right, so
it's an increase.
It raised the level. We held that level down artificially for years during the really tough times at about $5 million, and we supplemented it with tobacco settlement money, and now this is a general fund contribution to get it up where it's actually covering the cost. Now, we will measure against that to see whether or not the pro formas that Paul Lorenz and Mike Powers were talking about, how the whole system works. hopefully they will now be able to live within that budget. Now, there will be a certain amount of inflationary pressure and cost for the unreimbursed portion of the clients they serve, but we're going to have to look at that and determine what that margin should be. I mean, that will go up each year slightly, but it shouldn't be nothing like this. But this is a permanent, ongoing allocation requirement.
It is. Okay.
And it did come out of the existing appropriations. So we're...
Supervisor Long has a question.
In fact, all of these are permanent ongoing cost and raise our base.
Right, all of these are, and this is a one-time contribution to your reserve.
Right.
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 Reminder again of what at least the guidelines, until someone gives me direction otherwise, that the budget priorities are to deliver county services efficiently and effectively within the appropriations your board provides, to provide the fiscal discipline to stay within those appropriations or come back to your board when it's not possible to remain within the lines. Your board's commitment to a truly balanced budget, structurally balanced. That means living within current income, not wishful thinking and using the savings account to balance. And then probably the most significant thing and the most difficult thing to do is this idea of fiscal stability, which requires a long-term approach. You cannot each year look at just what comes in and then spend it all. You have to determine, some people have car payments. Some people pay cash for their cars. If you pay cash for your car, your personal budget, you don't have a car payment every month. But every 3, 7, or 10 years, whatever, where you replace the vehicle, you better have some money in your savings account or you're not going to have a vehicle. So one of the things government tends to do is they tend to sometimes pay for things and then not depreciate it, not show any expense annually, and eventually you've eaten up that investment, and now you have to come up with the money to replace it. And unless you have a reserve, which is what we refer to as the long-term approach. Jails are another thing. We know that the jail is going to have to be expanded, and we know it's going to have to be operated. So somehow we have to take a look at what we're taking in now and start trying to figure out a way that we're going to be able to operate that in the out years. And that is, without a doubt, the most difficult planning process in a political environment.
And to keep that economic stability, it would be wise to use those reserves for one-time payments.
One-time money should always, at least in my view, you should always think of it as you put it into something that will not be a recurring operating cost. Otherwise, you're kidding yourself. One of the decisions you made last year when we purchased the building on Partridge Square, or whatever the name of the street is, for the social services, people question, why would you do that? That was a one-time windfall repayment of monies from the state of California. If those got absorbed into the operating budget, we'd have become dependent on it, and the money would have gone away. And by investing it in a long-term capital investment, not only will the value of that appreciate, but your ongoing debt service for that building is no longer competing with the operating costs. So it's a more difficult concept for the average person to conceive of, which means there's a lot more pressure on you folks as elected representatives to think in those terms, but it's my job to remind you, and then you will do as you please when the time comes. But fiscal year 07-08, target budgets, maintenance of current service levels. The approach we have taken has been to say what your board has already told us you want to do until you tell us otherwise. What is that going to cost you next year to continue doing it? The long-term sustainability of budgets we've already talked about, and then there's always the caution of the looming issues, the things that are out there that we're not quite sure what's going to happen with them, and we have a list of those for you. Federal issues on the looming issues. CBDG funding, that's where the federal government has sent us money, and you had a hearing not last week or the week before last where you spread that around. Well, you'll notice that's a declining revenue source, and yet you have a constituency that develops for each of those grants that you provide. And so you have to determine, in some cases, are some of those things necessary to keep doing even if the money goes away? That throws your budget out of balance. Medi-Cal funding is a huge deal right now from the state. It doesn't, or not the state, but the federal government. it doesn't happen all at one time, but it does happen, and there's a lot of uncertainty out there as the federal government tries to reform their process. It gets passed to the state of California, who is supposed to implement that and reform, and then it gets passed down to you. Fortunately, we have a really good team of people in the healthcare agency that track all this, but there's a lot of uncertainty. There's no way for them or for me to tell you with certainty that you're going to be able to get the money you had in the past, and we built a system relying on that. And then this NPDES, and I won't even try to go through, it has to do with dissolved solids and runoff and pollution, and they keep upping the ante. One of the problems of being cutting edge and being a model community, and I think Ventura's done a pretty good job at that, is that much is asked of people who do a good job, and they keep upping the ante, and we're talking millions of dollars in additional costs depending on what the regulations are. So those are things that are out there that we are going to have to cope with. State issues. The legislative analyst who evaluates the governor's proposed budget and what's going on in Sacramento says that they have a structural deficit of $2.8 billion, and that's not good. But I guess we lived through the $38 to $40 billion deficit, so this is better. It's still not good, and depending on what happens to the state economy, that could grow. We got the prison overcrowding issue, which is huge, not only for our own local jail overcrowding, but you all know that the state is planning, at least their latest approach to it is to refer the first 3 years of incarceration to the local jurisdiction. And for us, that means we're going to have to build more to accommodate that, unless there's some option given, and I don't know that there will be any option. Prop 36 funding, this is a constitutional amendment that every year gets heavily debated in Sacramento as to whether they're going to continue to provide the funding for this. Since it's in the Constitution, we actually have to do it. The question is who pays. It has been a state responsibility up until now, but each year it gets shakier as they try to push those costs down to the local level.
And that's the program that provides treatment in lieu of jail for certain criminals.
Yes, diversion program. We got an early presidential primary that the state says they'll do. I think that they will pay for it, but it does cost, I think, this county about $800,000 to put on a special election. And then the state health care plans, which we've already touched on. County issues. The general fund designation goal is for 15% of total reserves, and we are not there yet.
There's also, as far as looming issues are concerned, the potential of a recession, is there not? That we may lose some property tax funds and have to work within those limited scope.
The effects of the economy is one of the big things. We don't expect it to, at least we're optimistic that it's not going to go backward, but all it has to do is kind of level out while our costs continue to rise, and you have a problem. Things like consumer confidence. There was news again this morning on retail sales. That affects, we aren't heavily dependent on sales tax, but we do have a sizable interest in the sales, retail sales, because of the 172 money. Your property tax is driven by the increase in valuations, and now they're talking about what the subprime mortgages are in trouble. That will potentially create a glut on the housing market and start to lower prices, and that then rolls down to Prop 8, and the assessor has to go out and be sure that everybody's being treated fairly when values go down, not just when values go up. So it's a major issue. Paul, you may have to help me with this, but is this the chart that is sort of showing where in 2001, when at least Paul and I came aboard to help you, this is where you were with your reserve, which is basically we were really below zero when you netted it out against the tobacco settlement money. We had to use the tobacco settlement money to look like we had any money at all, and now that because of Measure O and the commitments of your board, that's been set aside. So then we started the slow climb towards the 15%. We are here as of now, and that is at about 8%, 7.5% to 8%. We would expect by July that will rise to 9% when we close the year out. So we're moving in the right direction. Our intermediate target was 10%. I think you'll see that within 2 years if we continue the course we're on. it'll take a while longer to get to the 15. And
I just might point out, Supervisor Parks talked about sort of impending things coming down the road. Partially this tracks sort of a significant improvement in property taxes that we've had because of significant improvement in real estate values in California. And we actually track a little bit behind. So the property taxes go up based on the sales and stuff from the year before. But if you look at 2001, 2002, that is the current description of the average American's personal balance sheet, which is, this country has borrowed up with all of the refinancing and the low interest rates, et cetera, and I think we have to be prepared for at least a leveling off in terms of revenues and revenue growth and all of that other stuff, which is going to make things more challenging for us.
Well, this also reflects your board's budget policies, which is to live within current revenues. By living within current revenues when you appropriate, then when you have a fund balance, that fund balance isn't needed to finance the following year and goes into your reserve and starts to build it. And that has been kind of the middle ground. Some people say, well, why don't you just cut your costs until you get your reserve where it belongs and then start increasing your budget. That's a very conservative and a very painful way to go and denies services in the community that your board, I don't think, probably wants to do. But the strategy of saying don't appropriate more than what you take in a year will almost guarantee you with fiscal discipline that you'll have something left over each year, and those savings then can be put into the account. This number is also even more impressive, or this percentage, even though it seems small, but you need to recognize that that is a percentage of a growing base. Each year, the size of the general fund increases, and so as a percentage of that, trying to reach 15% of an ever-increasing base is, we're chasing a moving target. But we're doing reasonably well, and I think we stay on the same track, in the fullness of time we'll get there. Is that the end of it, Paul? Okay. Here are the county issues, and they're significant. We have labor costs, and we are a high cost area to live. The labor unions do expect that we will pay reasonable wages. We've adopted a process that says that we'll pay a market-based average, which means we will try to stay right in the mean. We're not trying to drive the market, but we're trying to stay competitive, but only so long as we can afford to do that. The pension earnings assumption is a looming issue out there. You got that story last week. If you decrease your assumption as to what you think the future will be in the stock market and the earnings of the portfolio, you will increase your cost of existing payroll. The future capital requirements we've already covered, but they're not insignificant. Yeah.
Do you have the ability to put just a quick number after those four things? I don't know.
Well, we used to. When Sheriff Brooks and I first talked about Todd Road, I think a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, we were looking at about an $80 million potential cost. That was to expand the jail on behalf of the citizens of Ventura County, and that we were looking at something in the neighborhood like maybe as much as, what, Paul, was it $23 million in ongoing operating expense?
15 operating and 8 in debt service.
Yeah, so what Paul said was 15 operating costs, that is to staff, properly staff the expanded jail, and another $8 million to service the debt for building the jail. So that was an additional annual $23 million cost. VCMC seismic retrofit, that was a hard one to determine, because you have to look at it, is it better to remodel or to rebuild? Right now that doesn't have to be done until 2013. That is a statewide issue that nobody's quite gotten an arm around. It's been going on since the Sylmar quake back in the 1970s.
But the remodel is, or the retrofit is what?
The retrofit originally was calculated, and this goes back several years, we were thinking that it might cost us $35 million, which was a very manageable number, but that number is no doubt higher. But the question is if after you have remodeled a structure that was built in the 1950s or maybe before, you now have an obsolete structure that is now earthquake proof, so you have to think about the rebuilding of it, and the numbers there can be between $100 and $200 million depending on to what extent you decide to rebuild. The Juvenile Justice Office building, how much is that? About 15 million. And the expansion at the East Valley facility,
We would guess it's probably about 30 at this time, about double what
they're thinking of maybe 30 million. And these are just kind of looking out to the future. The ones that are really upon you, or the one that is really on top of you, is this jail issue.
We have 80 million. Is that if you do both pods? Oh, I'm sorry. Is that 80 million if you do both of those pods, or just one of those pods?
I believe it was probably one pod.
One-
I think when we were
one-
starting, it was a phase-in, and now with what the state's talking about, that's the reason why we can't really give you a number. The sheriff is working on, scenarios A, B, C, and D, worst case, and I think worst case is that you would expand beyond what we currently have authority to do at Todd Road, and we'd be looking for other locations. So these are kind of, our issues. They're still in our future, but they got to be planned for now.
Yeah, because this is something that's going to happen pretty quick. This jail.
Some parts of it are. We don't know the extent of it.
Right.
And when we say now, we were originally thinking we were looking at about a 3-year timeline for our own personal planning needs here in Ventura County before this other wild card got tossed in by Sacramento.
Right.
Supervisor Long?
Just to comment on the pension earnings assumption and the 2-hour workshop we held last week, which I thought was very valuable and something we should do on a regular basis as needed. I note that the coverage of this, though, was a very small column that was buried in the paper. In fact, it was on the same page as the obituaries. So, he made comment, Mr. Angelo, that there will be a number put out there, and sure enough, there was a number put out there, and it never tells the entire story.
Yeah, the funding ratio, which he went to great extent to point out its inadequacies as a barometer, and of course, unless we take out a double truck ad in a newspaper to print the whole story that nobody would probably read, I don't think you're going to get the comprehensive coverage, but we do need to keep bringing it forward just so that at least the policymakers are alerted to what's going on. So that takes us to the real message of this morning, and I guess we'll go to that's the number. We've taken today's services, priced them out at what we think they will cost next year at this stage in the process, and we then project what we believe next year's revenues to be, and we're $4 million upside down. In addition to that, things such as the completion of the gang unit, the Guardian's office, and a few other things, there's probably $1.5 million to $2 million more. So the challenge we have right now is we're $6 million, I would guess, out of balance coming into the budget hearings, and so we will be working between now and the June hearings on ways in which to close that gap, which will be a combination of things: increasing of revenues, decreasing of expenditures, shifting appropriations, and try to close it. It's not a bad story at this point when you think how large our budget is to have that. That's a fairly small gap, but it's still a negative gap. So my expectation is when we come before you that we will be able to give you a budget where there will be no layoffs, unlikely that there will be any requirement to have any hiring freezes. We will be able to continue providing the existing services through next year for the revenues that will be coming in, and probably very little else. There were times when that would be a great story, because we remember back when you were cutting general fund 10%. So we're on the right track, but I think with this stagnation that we're starting to see in certain sectors of the economy, this is an optimistic picture.
Supervisor Long?
Just back to that pension assumptions piece, I think we often have to tell our own story and think about if there's an opportunity to put a piece together that you could put on the county website out of the CEO's office as to that story. Okay. It might be valuable to have it out there.
Supervisor Foy?
This $4 million, now, are you taking into account some of the economics that were talked about? Maybe where this housing is slowing down, is that you probably taken in some of that?
Well, we attempt to. It's always a balance between being too pessimistic and then creating a fire drill for everybody, and being too optimistic and then ending up with a deficit. So we think this is fairly realistic. It is taking into consideration the slowdown. but it could slow down even faster, or things might turn around a little between now and June. It also has to do with what the state and federal government do with regard to funding. And one thing that is not on these charts, it has to do with our increasing dependence on grant money. We have encouraged over the years departments to go out and get grants to put on programs, and each of those programs develops a constituency that depends on those programs, and then lo and behold, the state and federal government, in balancing their program, sometimes cut that out. So your board's policy is when somebody comes before you and says this is cost neutral, it's being paid for by, the deal always has been that when the money goes away, the program goes away. That, of course, is always easier to say than to do, and so you'll have to take a look at that during the hearings, too, depending on what's taking place.
I would think that what is up there is a conservative number, probably not accounting for being reimbursed for the upcoming elections, for example, and if we do get that reimbursement, that figure might be less?
No, it's not that conservative. I mean, we have not, if we don't get funding from the state from some of the things like the unknown on the election, that adds to the deficit.
Okay, we'll be getting all that information about exactly what adds to those numbers.
Well, when I talked, anything that was on that list of looming issues isn't on here. This is just strictly what is the cost of what you're currently doing, not what the state or somebody else has in mind, and what you're going to take in. This is what we have to figure out a way to close that so that we're living within our means to continue existing level programs. Things like the increase in the gang unit, that's addition to this. The Guardian's office is an addition to this because we're not doing those things right now. The responsibilities that have been shifted to the county council's office to do activities that in the past have not been done by lawyers is going to add to that number. So that number is going to be going up as we're trying to push it down. That's why I use the number 6 million as what I think it is right now, and hopefully by June we'll get it close to zero.
And we also have in our the reserve in that, because we're doing that currently. We're currently doing a reserve. We're adding money to our reserve. Is that in that?
I don't know that we are. Do we? We don't have a.
No, that wouldn't be. The reserve would be from the current fiscal year.
Right.
We'll add to the reserve.
Right.
This is strictly based on what we're expecting for next fiscal year.
Yeah, we don't have that $5 million cushion that we had last year, because that has gone into payroll. Last year we actually appropriated less money than what we believe would come in. Right now we're expecting that if we were to pay for everything we've already ordered, the appropriations will exceed the revenues.
So we don't have that cushion this year in this budget so far.
Right.
Well, so things are a lot tighter than they were last year in that sense.
Correct.
Okay.
So while we are going to be able to put $5 million into reserves from this fiscal year, you're foreseeing not being able to do it next fiscal year.
Well, there's two different ways. What I think Supervisor Foy was referring to is the designation, the one where we said we're going to save, out of our paycheck, we're going to save $5 million and put that aside. The money that we're talking about going in the reserve has been the fund balance. That's what we didn't spend during the year. So that's a one-time deal. But we do expect there will be a few dollars at the end of each year as long as we constantly appropriate within our expected revenue. Now, we can come to you mid-year and we say the expected revenues aren't going to be met, and then we have to cut back. We've had 2 or 3 good years where we haven't had to do that. But the money that goes into your savings account, it becomes money that you save during that current cycle. And we're not going to be able to this year, unless your board wants to cut more program, to set aside ongoing revenue that can be put into the reserve.
It just makes it more difficult to get to your 15% with these.
It slows the process.
Slows the process down. Okay.
However, the less that we appropriate, the more government won't grow and the less percentage you'll need in your reserve to get to 15%.
That's a good way to go.
There you go.
If we cut all together.
In government, we call that increasing at a decreasing rate. That always boggles everybody's mind. We're still growing, but just not as fast.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on this? Is that complete your report?
Sure, that'll put it.
Thank you very much. So do we have a motion to receive and file this presentation? We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objections, then that passes. And we'll go back to our regular agenda again. And that puts us, I believe, now with Matt Carroll in the Information Services Department.
Good morning.
Morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, and Mr. Johnson. And certainly recognize Mr. Foy as, since I'm a District Member 4 person, I appreciate you being here. I'm Rick Jackson, Deputy CIO for Network Services for ISD. And item number 27 is going to recommend 3 specific areas of what we're going to be covering today. And I'm going to add some 3 slides to aid in this discussion. The first item is to approve 2 public safety radio communications projects. One is the Sheriff's 2-way VHF radio communications network upgrade at a cost of about $3,037,000. The public safety microwave network upgrade at a cost of $6,055,000 for around a total cost of $9,092,100. And this amount represents a complete project cost, including the financial cost, utilizing the front-up tax exempt commercial paper funding. Item number 2 is to authorize the Sheriff and the Fire Protection District and the County CIO to enter into the attached MOA that was submitted, governing the project scope, ongoing maintenance costs, roles and responsibilities, and the debt repayment for this period. Item number 3 is to authorize the auditor controller to process as necessary indicated accounting transactions to establish appropriations and the unanticipated revenues. The objectives of this project, due to the increase of the population in Ventura County, including the suburban and rural areas of the county, the coverage of the county's current public safety radio communications network is no longer adequate for the growth in these areas. Both the Sheriff's Department and the fire protection agencies both have these radio systems. Referring to slide number 1, we are growing this network from a 6-position microwave area to a 19-position microwave area. And the reason for that is to, again, improve the coverage for radio communications. Today we have a lot of remote areas where the sheriffs and the fire have to travel several miles to get a radio connection to ask for assistance or help. Slide number 2 indicates what our current radio and microwave coverage is today throughout the county. And as you can see, it's kind of an 80-20 rule as we'll move forward. We have certain coverage in the primary areas, but all the back areas as we coverage for, again, fire and sheriff's responsibilities become very negligible. With the current...
I can't help but point out that District 2 seems to be a lot of white space there. And, of course, you've got it going down to the ocean and out to Bell Canyons. That's a pretty big area. A lot of mountains in between.
Exactly. I'm sorry. So the proposed public safety microwave radio communications project will significantly improve the areas of coverage. We're going to be upgrading 11 existing microwave tower sites, constructing 5 new towers, and increasing the support facilities of 8 of the existing 11. As we refer to now slide number 3, you'll see the increased amount of coverage anticipated in upgrading in this particular area. Now the repayment will occur through normal ISF billing through both the Sheriff's Department and the Fire Protection District. In fiscal year 2007 and 2008, the Sheriff is going to have a net increase of about $41,000 per month, and the net increase for the Fire District is going to be about a little over $8,000 per month. These net increases include the cost of financing and ongoing ISD costs, as well as the financing associated with the projects of half of the year for 2007 and 2008, assuming that the project is completed to be completed by the end of this year. The related debt service over the borrowed time frame is going to be a little over $56,000 for the Sheriff's area and about $24,000 for the Fire Protection District.
Could I ask a question also regarding the coverage? It looks like it extends into Los Angeles County, but that's just being able to pick up off of their equipment?
Yes, the 2 roles there is Castro, which is owned by LA area, but part of that is also to do the interoperability between us and Los Angeles County.
Excellent.
See, the related debt service over the borrowed time frame, again, we covered that. Repayment for both departments will cover over a period of about 15 years. However, for the sheriff's two-way radio communication network upgrade, will cover a period of about 10 years, and then years 11 through 15, those ISF billings increases will decrease by about $65,000. So that's what I have for you today. I'm open for questions, and I believe we also have representation for both the fire and sheriff's department, should you have additional questions.
Do we have some questions up here? Supervisor Foy?
Talking with fire, it sounds like this is going to be a tremendous increase for them to have the access to get information quickly. Like you said, having to go miles to get some reports or get to figure out where they're going to go next, but also it sounds like it'll save lives too. So it sounds exciting. I just, again, it's sounds like we're going to spend a little money to do it, but it sounds like it's something we have to do. It sounds like some of the system, as I heard, some of the same system's been in place for 20 or 30 years, right? This is
Yes, that's part of the upgrade process.
Yeah.
So we're in very close collaboration with both agencies and in a working organization that we all come to a resolution that we're all on the same page.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like we got a lot of use out of what we had before. So.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then certainly with fire, they have to go to very inaccessible locations sometimes to fight fires where you currently don't have that service available. But I would also see it as a tremendous boost for our law enforcement, our sheriff's department, that if they lose radio control, they've got a big problem. Mm-hmm. This will help guarantee their safety too.
Yes, absolutely.
Didn't have a question, but a comment sort of along the lines with Supervisor Foy, and we serve on the technology committee, so we had opportunity to sort of see this coming down the pike. But we attended, at least 4 of us attended the grand opening of the new dispatch center and got to see the tracking of the fire, each fire truck and each ambulance in terms of where it is. You combine that capability with this, and overall, when you think about where we were at 9/11 and where we are now, certainly there has been a tremendous upgrade in terms of our emergency preparedness and our emergency capability here. And this is certainly, you look at this map compared to the previous map that you had, and citizens of Ventura County are just a lot safer with this setup. So there's going to be some cost involved, but this seems like a very prudent investment that's going to be paid back over time for us and stuff.
Thank you. Yes,
now, looking at the system, I agree with Supervisor Bennett. This is a good way to go. Now, are we going to be somewhat state-of-the-art at this point, or where are we going to be?
Well, we're going to be state-of-the-art as far as the microwave situation goes. We're still working on the radio piece with the sheriffs and the fire department, and so we have come to a common vendor. But either way, will be state of the art.
So okay, so we're this will serve us for a long time.
Absolutely,
great.
This is why we've extended that over a period of, are trying to spread our costs over a period of many years.
Great. Okay.
And that was a little bit of a code of an answer that we would do better if we do come to an agreement between sheriff and fire on.
Yes, we want to come to a standard. Yes, absolutely.
And we at our level ought to encourage that at every opportunity that we can. That our citizens will be better off if that happens.
Yes.
I know we have representatives from sheriff and fire here.
I mean, it's clearly a public safety asset, and for both the employees on the public safety roster side of it, but also the public itself, to be able to use technology. And it is a significant investment, but the technology is one of the tools that we use to provide the public safety level of service, and this will take us into the 21st century considerably. Yeah.
If I could ask if we could have the camera show the slide also so people will be able to see it on tape in terms of the difference in coverage between the two areas.
Would you like me to go to the previous slide?
If you wouldn't mind, and if the camera could pick it up, that would be great. Thanks.
Camera's got.
Yes, that's great. That's what it is before. And
this is what it is currently, and this is what our proposed solution will be.
Thank you very much.
Very impressive. Yeah. I would move the recommended action.
Second.
Madam Chair, if I could just make a comment, not to detract from the need of this project. But in light of the comments that the CEO made earlier regarding long-term cost pressures, the MOU does include a section that states that there will be no depreciation of these assets charged back to the department. So on a long-term basis, you're going to be looking at funding the replacement cost elsewhere.
Thank you for that.
And at some point in time, will you give us a response about a response about that issue? Yeah, just whenever you can.
And it's, particularly with GASB, we're very focused on these things now. Thank you. We have a motion and a second, and seeing no objections, go forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all your work.
We'll now go to our policy matters. Our first one is item 28, and a recommendation by Supervisor Bennett for an appointment.
Thank you. I'd like to move the appointment of Lauren Wiggins. I've been looking for a youth to serve on the County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, and we have a good one.
Great.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Motion and a second. Seeing no objections, that passes. And then item 29 is one that I'm bringing forward. We had some members of the Mental Health Board bring this to our attention at the board in public comments, but this is a recommendation to go ahead and send a letter to Governor Schwarzenegger opposing the elimination of funding for AB 2034 Integrated Services for Homeless Adults and Severe Mental Illness Programs. And our county receives a significant amount of funding for this program, and the proposal to cut these funds and suggest that Proposition 63 funds be used to supplant them not only violates Proposition 63's requirement that you can't supplant, but also points specifically to this issue of not using those funds for other, to make up other costs. So I would ask that we go ahead and move forward, and I'll move that we send this letter. And the letter is, I think, was somehow missed out of the packet, but you do have a copy of it on your desk. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any comment or? Okay, seeing none, then we'll go ahead and move forward, and that is approved unanimously. And we'll go on to item 30, and this is a recommendation from Supervisor Long.
Yes, thank you. And I see we have representatives here, both Chief Deputy Kemp and Chief Probation Officer Karen Staples. And the recommendation is to ask for a report back, the CEO to work with Sheriff Brooks and Chief Staples in 30 days regarding the governor's proposed corrections reform proposal. The board letter speaks what needs to be done, or at least evaluated, I think, by the agencies, and it calls out just 5 questions that have been raised by a corrections reform group that's working in Sacramento that CSAC is involved with, the Urban County Caucus, and the California State Sheriff's Association. And just a quick update, some of the a meeting that did take place with that group identified that the goal here is to really take the governor's unworkable proposal and make it workable, if at all possible, to certainly ensure that counties have an opt-in, opt-out ability on the corrections reform where it may be necessary, and to work with the Sheriff's Association so that the association doesn't get ahead of the Board of Supervisors. So CSAC has been involved at the table on this matter. We all know that there's significant pressures being put on the state for prison overcrowding, and they're under threat of a federal judge action, and it's significant. And the corrections proposal, as I noted in the letter, has 3 things that are underway. One, in the sense of a sentencing commission has been established. The other on recidivism, to look at what could we do differently to really target the recidivism impacts to our systems, both for incarceration and probation, our parole status. And there was concern raised by the Mental Health Association on that piece of it, because one of the proposals is to look at local reentry facilities that could be a program opportunity at the local level. Well, we know already that we have significant shortfall of those reentry programs on the ground, and what will be the cost of those, and how can we again have local control. The other one that has been discussed is the intent to use local revenue. Will there be an intent by the governor's correction reform proposal for us to use local revenues to relieve the pressure here, and will there be an opportunity for the state to help us with those local revenues, or are we really looking at lease revenue bonds or COPs to accommodate what will be the push down of these low-level offenders? And I think I noted in here the very limited description of what low-level offender is. And again, I brought this forward so that the public is aware that we're at the table through the State Association of Counties, Urban County Caucus, the Sheriff's Association, the Mental Health Association. Great concerns about the reform, and there are some fast-track pieces of it that could come to us as soon as July 1st. There have been numbers thrown out that they'll be sending to us $94,000 per inmate, but there's been no confirmation by the Department of Finance that that's doable and likely, and how do we secure that whatever dollars are tied to this push down, that they have cost of living dollars, inflationary dollars, et cetera, so we don't look at 5 years down the road and we're stuck with a huge bill, both for the operational side. So I am very pleased that certainly just to report out that there is a roundtable of folks working on this, and the intent was again for the other associations to not get ahead of the policy board members, the Board of Supervisors in every county, as this is pushed down to us. So that's generally the comments I wanted to make. To give you an update, I'm working on the CSAC Corrections Reform Group to hopefully stay on top of this when it comes back, when it really matures and comes to us in one form or another. And I appreciate that both the Chief Deputy and our probation leader is here, and they're fully open to working to help us to get the information we need, obviously, so that we can address this.
Supervisor Bennett?
Yeah, I certainly support the motion, and it just reminds me of how fortunate we are that you keep hammering away at these kind of issues. This is not a issue that necessarily garners you a lot of votes in District 3 where people are clamoring for you, but this is that kind of behind the scenes. You've got to just roll up your sleeves, get a bunch of agencies working together, working with CSAC, so I just want to compliment you over and over again. We see you bringing these things through your role as our representative at CSAC, so thanks a lot. It's great to get this to everybody's radar.
If I might, one quick thing. There are 20 counties that are over capacity in their jail system. So, to push down on us when we're already over capacity, that's the concern. They're already looking, the status on corrections, that the low-level offenders are serving 10% of their time. DUIs are no longer even incarcerated in some counties. 18,000 new beds are needed. I mean, those are the statistics. It's a significant problem for the state, and no one's ignoring that or trying to point fingers at this point, because we're either going to take control and craft our own solutions, or it will be done to us by a federal judge. So, thank you.
You refer to pushing it down to us. It's really pushing it down our throats, and we don't have the facilities available. And the idea that there may be funding or there may not be funding is a huge difference. I think this is excellent that you bring this forward, that we look at what can we do if this does pass. It's something we're certainly going to need to make some major adjustments for. So I really appreciate you bringing this forward. It's very proactive.
Can I ask if any comments, if you wish to make any comments from Chief Deputy Kemp or Ms. Staples? At this point, you see what we're asking you to do. You just nod your head yes. Okay, good. All right, I'd move the recommended action.
Thank you. Motion and a second, and seeing no objections, and that passes. We do have an 11 a.m. time certain at the Air Pollution Control Board, and we have 2 members up on the dais that need to go to that meeting, and it is 11 o'clock. So at this point, then,
It seems like these are all really fast. On a hammer?
well, you're part of that committee.
Let's just, if they really are, if anybody slows us down, we're leaving. But-
Well, I do have a question on one of these as we get
do you?
farther back. It's not too bad. It's just
Okay.
like more of a comment.
Well, why don't we do Peter's recommendation?
Okay, so we'll move on then at the request of the board to item 31. Supervisor Foy.
Yeah, just want to recommend reappoint 2 people to the Agricultural Commission and the Planning Commission, Mr. Charles Swarbauer, who's the chair now, and Mr. Michael Wisner, Planning Commission chair.
Second.
Motion and second. Seeing no objections, that passes. Item 32, Public Works Agency, approval of a consulting contract.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Mr. Johnson. The item before you is a consultant services contract for ComPlus at Fraser Park. It follows in line with the recommended action that you approved earlier for ISD. It does the planning, the design, engineering services so that we can upgrade 11 of the existing sites and do some more substantial upgrades to 8 other sites for a total of 19. We'll be coming back to your board for a construction project for these sites that we anticipate will be about $1.4 million.
Move the recommended action.
And a motion and a second. Seeing no objections, then that passes. Thank you. We now have items 33 through 36, and we'll start with 33 with the Public Works Agency Watershed Protection District.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Mr. Johnston. For the record, my name is Peter Shady. I'm the Design Construction Division Manager, and all 4 of these items are construction projects for award of approval. The first one is the approval of the Bus Canyon Tributary Project, which is currently a failing section of channel. Some of you may have seen pictures in some of the state of the district presentations before with big metal struts across it, and I can take any questions about it if you have any.
After we're done, I have just some general comments about how we go around with spending a lot of money on operation and management for these facilities, which we have to do because they're there. But in the future, if we can find other ways. But at this point, do we have a motion for agenda item 33?
Second.
Motion and second. Seeing no objections, that passes. Item 34.
The next project is Arroyo Simi, Stowe Street to Yosemite. I should say that for full disclosure, this project has been bid out 3 times, and this is the 3rd time, and we've asking for award of contract this time. The first 2, we've asked for rejection of bids. I can go through in some detail on what those bids look like before and why we asked for rejection, if needed.
Not seeing any need for that.
Okay.
Do we have
Second.
a motion and a second on this one? Seeing no objections, then that passes. Item 35.
The 3rd project, the South Branch Rail Canal Culvert Improvements. This is a project that we brought to your board only a few months ago for approval of a secret document, and it's by and large the addition of a 4th culvert under Hillcrest to improve the drainage. Currently there's flooding over that road and in the adjacent properties.
Do we have any questions or comments? Do we have a motion? Motion and a second.
Second. And the last project is...
Seeing no objection, that's approved. Item 36.
The last project is Ventura River Bank Protection at Casilla Springs, Phase 2. It's the second component of an improvement project that will ensure flood protection into the community of Casilla Springs. It's addition of some flood wall as well as some levee that wraps around Highway 33 so that San Antonio Creek cannot break out. And I could answer any questions on that as well.
Don't have a question, but we ended up saving money on this one, right?
Yeah, all 4 of these bids came in below the engineer's estimate, right. And I think this is an example of that as well. Really, it's about sort of the softening of the contracting environment I think we're in right now because the development community is a little less.
I note at the end of this, you believe that rebidding the project after revising contractor's license qualification was appropriate, and by doing that, we ended up coming in with bids $500,000 less.
Yes, definitely.
That's pretty good
definitely.
staff work. That's almost your salary for the year.
Almost, yeah.
So anyway, that's good. That's good staff work. So I've moved the recommended action.
Thank you.
Motion is second. Seeing no objection, that passes. It's, when you're saying it's a softening of the, market right now where contractors are bidding a little less than they were before, it might also be seasonal, that, when you have flooding and problems that need immediate attention, they're all very busy and everything's urgent and the prices go up.
Right. I would say last year we were looking at oftentimes bids of maybe 2 bidders, 3 bidders. In a couple of these projects, we got 8 and 10 bidders. One of the projects, South Branch and at Conejo, we have the low bidder from Bakersfield, which we don't see often. So the environment has definitely changed since last year.
And we're not as pressed to because of a lot of rainfall.
Yes,
one
that's true.
benefit of not
That's
having
true.
so much rainfall. And I just wanted to comment briefly. This is over all of these, I think, are over $10 million in projects that we have just authorized the expenditure for. And my comment is just that while these are all part of the 5-year plan, each project that we have in there has another price tag, which isn't just the facility, it's the O&M, that we have to pay for the operation and management. And it's incredibly expensive over time. We are finding that it is more expensive than the capital project over time. And just that there may be, as we move forward with new projects that are proposed, and there are a lot of new projects being proposed, and basically a lot of it is hardening of creeks and channelization and those kind of projects, debris basins that all require an incredible amount of maintenance. Every time there's a storm, we're out there cleaning out our debris basins. And I'm just pointing this out, that there are other options that in the long run may be cheaper. For example, the purchase of land along creek beds so that you don't have to harden them to protect them from overflowing. They can overflow, and you don't end up having to have this continual, over many years of spending of maintenance funds for projects that we may have some great, funding for because it's an emergency. But I think it would be nice to have in the capital plan proposals for areas where you can avoid having to do channelization, hardening of creeks, in terms of purchasing of open space around that creek to avoid those expenditures. And that's my comment. Did you want to say something, Mr. Pratt?
Very good and right on point. There are 2 things we're doing that I might point out: the integrated watershed-wide planning, which will give us a better insight into the better types of projects and the right combination of projects. And this year, for the first time in the CIP, your board's going to see the O&M liability associated with each project. That hasn't been a line item in the past for whatever reason, but we are changing that sheet this year.
Well, and I appreciate that. It is information that I'd like to see, but I would also like to see a consideration of what I mentioned as an alternative to a flood control project that we can do and avoid all this extra cost of O&M.
Well, I think we'll more likely have that conversation if we have this O&M, information. We can say, okay, let's compare that to the softening. So,
Okay.
good.
Thank you. Do you want to go ahead and have a motion for items 37 to 38, the correspondence agenda motion? Second. Seeing no objections, then that passes. We will go into closed session at noon, and then we'll be back out here for our time certain 1:30 item at 1:30. We'll go ahead and reconvene after our closed session of our March 13, 2007 Board of Supervisors meeting. And at this point, we're at our 1:30 time certain, item 22. And it's a public hearing regarding the Public Works Plan Amendment, the third amendment for our Channel Islands Harbor. And Ms. Krieger, our Harbor Director, is here to give the staff report. And then on top of that, we've got several cards to hear too.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Mr. Johnston, and members of the public. I appreciate the time to be here. We are here today finally with the proposed waterside amendment to this Public Works Plan. This is the first major amendment to this Public Works Plan since its certification in 1986. There have been two minor amendments, as you know, in the last several years, the first for the BISC and the second to allow the rebuilding of Channel Islands Harbor Marina with a 20-foot pier head line extension. This is the culmination, as you all know, of several years of planning that go all the way back many years to working on a draft master plan, some of which you see here, 3 board study sessions last year, discussions with harbor commissioners, lessees, boaters, coastal commission staff, and the rewriting of more than 7 marina leases in order to set the commitments to the reconstruction timing and types so that we knew that the projects that we would be looking at with you were realistic, both financially and physically. So today what we're asking you to do, this is on the front page of the board letter, I just want to make sure it's part of the public record. We are asking you to conduct a public hearing on this proposed third amendment to the Channel Islands Harbor Certified PWP. We are asking you to provide harbor staff with comments and corrections to the proposed PWP amendment. Find the proposed third amendment to the PWP exempt from CEQA on the grounds summarized within the board letter. Approve the proposed PWP amendment with all changes and corrections that you may choose to make today, and to authorize and direct Harbor Department staff to take all the steps necessary to process this amendment through the California Coastal Commission. Now we've tried, and we'll get through a little presentation here, we've tried very hard to keep the changes related to this waterside amendment minimal. The primary focus here is to allow for the replacement of aging marinas without compromising service to boaters and the public. That's our primary goal. We are also working toward a PWP that becomes a regulatory document instead of a mix of regulations and narrative. We'd like to set the kind of development to be allowed in the water so that we don't have these project-by-project amendments that make your life, our life, and the life of the staff of the Coastal Commission difficult and make it unclear to the public where it is we're going, at least in the water portion. There is a lot of language that did not serve a regulatory purpose related to the water that is recommended for deletion, and you saw that in all the strikeouts. The proposed changes to the PWP are related to 6 objectives that grew out of the study sessions held by your board last year. And there are 2 slides here on this. The first is to maximize the number of boat slips in the harbor by expanding pier headlines wherever it can be safely done. The second, to allow for the reconstruction of aging marinas. Third, upgrading boater services through replacement of boatyard equipment with more modern equipment such as travel lifts and hoists. Fourth, accommodate a redesign and replacement of the so-called new public launch ramp, which was constructed in 1978, almost 30 years old. Fifth, to consolidate commercial fishing services at the commercial fishing wharf while maintaining all current commercial fishing slips. And 6, to correct any and all errors in the certified PWP that relate to waterside use. These goals were reviewed by the Harbor Commission, as it says in the board letter, along with the specifics of the language, and were approved on a 6-to-1 vote. So once again, you see here the focus is on replacement. Now the work on this amendment has resulted in a proposal for a net increase in slips, which we'll get to in a minute, from 2,148 that we can verify in the water today to a proposed total of 2,227. And I have to tell you, I'm very pleased with these numbers. We actually expected to be coming to you with some net loss of slips, even with the pier headline adjustments. But as you can see, it didn't work out that way. The current Public Works Plan calls for a minimum of 2,500 slips. And as I think I heard Supervisor Flynn say last week, he's heard many numbers for the total number of slips in the harbor. We've been telling you and the public for some time, I think several years, that that 2,500 number was wrong, and it has taken us a lot of time and effort, particularly from the lessees. I appreciate their help, and the Harbor Patrol going out counting again and again and again to verify the numbers in the field and to compare our counts to theirs and so forth. What we have first in the PWP is basically a clerical correction to what was in the plan, and it took me, I have to say, about 3 years to figure out this first deduction here, and I'm a little embarrassed now that I see it that it took so long. So 2,500 was the guaranteed minimum in the 1986 PWP. 90 of those were double counted slips. Those were counted in the Vintage Marina project. In their permit, they were required to make 90 slips available on a first right of refusal basis to commercial fishermen. And then those 90 slips were counted as commercial slips and as recreational slips when the PWP was written. So they were counted twice. So you remove that, that takes you to 2410. Then there were 150 finger ties, and I just want to read you that language. It is on 2 pages, 27 and 93, if anyone cares to look, and you see that's deleted. It included 150 finger ties, which was counting the mooring of boats outside of designated slips using the dock or slip structure to tie onto, for example, dinghies that are tied off at the end of the dock and so forth. We do not consider those slips. I have never heard anything like that considered a slip. That's just a dinghy tie-off that you do anywhere. So we reduced that number of the finger ties. We're not counting those either. I mean, we either count them twice and our final number will go up or take it out here. Either way works. And then there was the approval in May of last year for the reduction in 100 slips for Channel Islands Harbor Marina. That yields a clerical correction to 2,160 slips. Now, my own staff asked me, how come you can only find 2,148? And you know, that was just the best we could do. So we have 12 less than what the clerically corrected Public Works plan would lead you to have. Now this, unfortunately, this isn't...
Go ahead. When you say those, that 2,160, are those 2,160 that we're charging for or somebody's paying lease on?
Yes.
That's...
Yes.
Okay.
This chart is also included in the board letter if you need to have a bigger size. But you can see here where the gains and losses are. Where did the increase in slips come from? We have one column that says the existing slips, one says proposed. You can see that Anacapa Marine Services, one of our boat yards where we'll see the pierhead extension in a minute, gains 27. Bahia Cabrillo Marina gains 7. Channel Islands Landing gains 54. X3 15, including 2 side ties, or 13 without, for a total of 103 net gains. And then this is offset by losses at Peninsula Yacht Anchorage and Peninsula Park, which is the purpose for this this particular table.
And that's in page 6 of our staff report.
Page 6 of the staff report, thank you. So then the question is, if we can gain this many slips, what do these pierhead extensions do to the channels? And you can see here, here's an aerial of the harbor, again for benefit of the public, Victoria, Channel Islands, and Harbor. This is the first pierhead extension. This is the Channel Islands Landing and Anacapa Marine Service. There is not a little dent here for the harbor's public works yard, which will not extend out to this point. What's happening is that the pierhead line is being extended to match the county's existing small boat marina, and then cut back at this point. This was in consultation with the Coast Guard in order to allow the full turning radius in the turning basin to be protected, so that the extension of the pierhead line doesn't begin until about 4 docks in, where it comes out about 60 feet. The second that comes in that we have in more detail is along the east side of the peninsula, and I must tell you, we spent a great deal of time analyzing where there could be additional water for slips without compromising, and you'll see much of it clustered on the east side. This is largely because, first of all, we already have this effective narrowing due to our own marina, but also, if you recall, this is a dead-end channel. There is water that flows underneath, but no boats, except for a small kayak, can get through there, so that there is less boat traffic in this area except coming out from the launch ramp. Okay, so then we have the evening out here. We have extending the triangle by about 250 feet, which we have another depiction of, and perhaps 5 feet here, only to allow for the wider headwalks. You remember we talked under the Americans with Disabilities Act, the headwalks, the fingers, and so forth will all be wider in order to be safer.
Ask a question, Madam Chair. The red that you're showing up here would be slip extensions?
Slip extensions, yes.
Of
and
20 feet.
Pardon me?
Of 20 feet.
It's 60 feet here, a range of 4 feet to 20 feet here, 5 feet here, and this is a trapezoid.
So it's not all 20 feet.
Correct. Yeah, it's whatever we believed could be safely done. On page 26 of the PWP, the effect of this particular change is summarized in part of the red line, where it says the channel entrance at the Coast Guard facility, actually it's a channel entrance, averages about approximately 450 feet. The eastern channel width with these changes ranges from an average of 165 feet at the opening and narrows to 100 feet where it dead ends. That's in here, where the narrowest portion already is. Where it dead ends near the Channel Islands Boulevard Bridge. The western channel averages 225 feet in width.
Is it I'm not sure of the expression you're using for what that extension is going to be on the west side.
This?
Yes.
That is 5 feet. 5 feet only.
And what is it for?
That is for the headwalk, the dock that goes along laterally alongside the water will become wider. That's a few feet of it.
All right, maybe because it's lateral, there isn't the concern that you could then put a 60-foot boat attached to it that's going to stick out farther.
The slips would get a couple of feet longer, but they can't get a lot longer because we can't afford to extend into the channel in that location very far.
Okay, and I was just wondering what the maximum extension into the channel there is. If you put a boat in a larger slip and the boat sticks out, and so what is the total amount further into the west side that you'll be going potentially, the maximum potential?
Yeah. If you head in a boat here, and the harbor master is here somewhere, I think. There he is, right here. Harbor ordinance allows for a 3-foot overhang maximum. And so that would take it to a maximum of 8 feet. We do have in the PWP, again on page 26, I think it just said, that we want an average of a 225-foot channel width in that area. The only reason we use average, as you can see, it varies slightly as you move along. This is a little wider, this is a little narrower, but in this location, it's about 225 feet.
So the maximum that you could go out if you had the 3-foot extension beyond the slip, with what size maximum boat that could go there is?
It's
or it would
8
just
feet.
be 3. It would only be 3 feet more.
Right.
I don't know if I'm getting the answer to the question. You put in a slip that extends how much farther out into that waterway?
The entire marina structure could extend 5 feet under this proposal.
That's the marina structure. Then a boat can go into one of the slips in that structure, but no matter what size that boat is, it won't extend more than 3 feet beyond what the structure is?
That's correct. That's what the ordinance says, unless the board elects to change that ordinance and make it longer, which we would not recommend.
Okay, thank you.
Can
Supervisor Foy.
And
yes.
With the existing slips that are there, don't they have the right to extend 3 feet now?
Yes.
So really the max is only 5 more feet. It's not really 8 feet.
Correct.
Okay.
That's
so
correct.
to answer a question, more accurately we would say it's only an extension of 5 feet.
That's correct.
Okay.
You're correct.
On the
Thank you for catching me on
Madam Chair, again on the Bahia slips.
Correct.
Do you have a pointer? Can you point to those?
Yeah.
Now, let me ask. You're adding more slips there, right?
Yes.
And what is the reference point at the furthest end towards the entrance of the harbor? Where is that by a reference point?
This is...
No, the red part. Excuse
Oh,
me.
this?
Right, yeah.
Is at the turn in the roadway. I believe we have an aerial further back that we could show you. The park is up here. This is actually from this point back. It's just roadway and revetment straight down. There's no grass area. There's no
Now,
picnic
is
table.
that the
or
area
bench.
where people fish?
The fishing area that I'm aware of is actually in this area, and we would not recommend coming to this location. Jack, am I correct on that?
We have a sign right now that prohibits fishing from time to time people will go there.
Just one more question on that. Is there a wind problem there, taking them out that far on the Bahia slips?
We will get to this later, but there is, in the current plan, in the current PWP, this area where the triangle is was reserved for a second fuel dock in the harbor. And we are proposing that that is not a good idea, and that instead this would be more useful as recreational slips.
And that would
for
be
the
where?
public.
That triangle we were talking about.
Yeah, I
Same
agree
spot.
with your point.
Yeah, we think that would not be a good addition, and we don't see that we'll have the fuel sales long-term to support it. It's easier to expand the existing fuel dock. Again, now you see this one with a key. This side of the peninsula is the most difficult to understand because on a small aerial, these changes of a few feet are not very clear. In fact, I'm going to move down to one that is even clearer. And you can see here the green on the east side extends 4 feet, 6 7/8 inches. Now, the reason for these funny measurements is this is done on a CAD system, is the explanation I got. I told the lessee, who I think is here, I expected to see that 7/8 of an inch on the water. The purple area comes out between 9 feet 6 7/8 to 9 feet 7 1/16. This area then bumps out a little further to 13 to 15.7. And this area is 20 feet. Now, there's a little notch in here, which is where this wider area is, and then it narrows down to the point. So what it really does is takes off from the point and goes at a slight angle all the way back. Slip mix. The next question you have is we're adding slips, we're replacing slips, we're reconfiguring slips. And in that 2,200 slips, 2,227, what happens? In the current harbor, those slips that are 28 feet and under are 26% of the total. In the proposed, it becomes 25%. Those slips 38 feet and under are currently 63%, and the proposed is 61%. Slips 30 to 40 feet, which right now is about our highest demand, I believe, goes from 48 to 50%, and 50 feet and above go from 10 to 11%. So we have tried to listen. This is well in excess of what was required of Channel Islands Harbor Marina, both here and at the Coastal Commission, where we were asked to have half of the slips 38 feet and under. In fact, I have a little question in my own mind whether there are enough of the larger size slips. Now that is the end. We do have an errata sheet that I would like to walk through with you as many times as we have been through this plan, and we do have copies for the public. There are a few errors. Most of them are typos that I'd like to walk through with you and correct. I need one. Thank you.
And the date on this errata sheet?
This is today's date.
Okay, then I have yesterday's.
It's on the 3/5/2007 draft. The first is in the title section, and a member of the public correctly caught us on this. We were very careful with the title pages on the appendices to note which plans were approved and which were not. Unfortunately, in the table of contents, we didn't catch that the consultant who prepared the final draft put approved in front of everything. So approved should not appear in front of appendices D, E, G, H, and J, which are Anacapa Marine Services, Peninsula Yacht Anchorage, the Marina Dry Stack, X3, and Bahia Cabrillo.
And were you
The
going-
headers in the back and the appendices, excuse me, are correct, but the table of contents is not. I'm sorry, excuse me.
And in addition to that, the sentence above those listings say that the appendices contain approved plans for certain projects approved in the Channel Islands Harbor.
Right.
But they're not all approved plans.
Right,
So
which-
maybe some of the appendices are...
Well, you could change the language, or if you look at the next page, we've provided you with all the pages where there are errata. We just struck the word approved, so that those that are approved are
So shall
very
we
clear.
strike the word approved in your subheading under list of technical appendices? So the appendices contain plans for certain projects. I don't know.
Right. We'll leave that to the board's discretion. Either way is fine.
To ask,
We're just looking at the appendix page in the table of contents, the
Correct.
list of appendices in the table of contents.
I apologize, the table of contents I did not review at the end.
just ask a question. I probably should have asked it from the beginning. But when you amend a public works plan, it's like amending the Constitution. You stay with the basic document. Am I correct here? The document 1986, and we're amending that document.
That is what we're doing. We
But we're-
could do it differently, but that's how we're
But
doing it today.
we're not writing a new document.
No,
We're amending the documents that is there.
correct.
Yeah. If sometime during your presentation, if you could just highlight the changes that you see, if we look at the original or the 86 document, how does it look as compared to what we're doing right now? And that's what you're doing at this moment, but if you could kind of
That's correct.
summarize that when you get to the end.
Okay. Then on page 2, and again, it's attached to your errata list. We caught this once, but it didn't come back. It didn't get corrected. And that is, you see with the channel widths, originally, the PWP said that the channels were 400 and 300 feet wide respectively. That needs to be struck. That was never the case. We have aerials that go all the way back. The channels, there is not a 400-foot channel. There's a 230-foot channel on the west side, and something slightly narrower on the east side. So I'm not even sure where that came from, but that needs to be struck. The next is on page 11. And it's just a typo. The number 59 somehow appeared in here after the last draft. It's just confusing. I think it's readable, but it is confusing, and we wanted to be sure to call that to your attention. The next is page 12. It says, actions which do not rise to the level of a NOID or PWP amendment is what it should be. It says a NOID amendment. There's no such thing as a NOID amendment.
No, on that one, we explained it a little bit, but let me ask the question. Is this an amendment? Part of the amendment? Was this on the NOID? That's a funny word, N-O-I-D.
Right.
Was it in the original 86 document?
No, it was not.
So it's an addition.
Right.
Then what does it do? Just
what this does is this ties back to Appendix K, which summarizes there are provisions within the Coastal Act and the associated regulations that allow for things like permits, like waivers and exemptions from permits for projects that do not rise to the level of development. Those are primarily repair projects, and this just identifies that there is an administrative process in the law for those actions that are repair projects. For example, the revetment project we're doing now was given a waiver as a repair project.
so this would be classified maybe as minor projects?
Correct, and it identifies some because we thought that it would be good to make it clear to the public and the board what kinds of projects these are. It says these activities may include, but are not limited to, dock repairs, public access way repairs, landscaping, special events, and the like. Those do not rise generally to the level of a notice of impending development. Next is page 34, and I apologize for these. This is worse than agenda review, isn't it, Mr. Johnston? Page 34, section 2.2. The land use map was originally attached to the back of the document. It has now been incorporated in the document as figure 4. We just want to make sure that is corrected. I mean, figure 6. Is it 4 or 4? Okay, page 47.
Okay.
Is it 4?
Your errata sheet says 6.
Yeah, right.
So you meant to say 4?
I believe it's 4.
Okay, so you just got your Roman numeral
It's 4.
reversed.
It's 4.
Okay. And errata to the errata.
Page 47, same thing, figure 4. And the same typo in the front. Page 66, there was only a hyphen missing. We're getting down to the details. Huh?
Where's the hyphen missing?
178-15.
Thank you.
Page 68, we thought we would get this amendment to you in 2006. This is left over from the December draft. It's 2007. And finally, in Appendix C, we have a replacement page for the Channel Islands Harbor Marina plan because what you had only one of the basins. And that's it for errata.
You say?
Page 68, yes, just changing the year from 2006 to 2007. Also, I wanted to make sure to make available to the public, we had a series of questions yesterday, or Friday afternoon, from Supervisor Flynn. I believe everybody's gotten our response to those questions, but we have copies of those responses available for the public if anyone would like them, and we can hand them to the board here today if you'd like.
Thank you.
And unless there are questions, Chair Parks, I'm not sure whether you'd like, we do have responses to the letters that were received by the clerk, to the letters from the Community Services District and the Beacon Foundation, and I'm not certain whether you'd like to take those before the public comments or after.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to have the public comments and then have the response. That way you can
Okay.
incorporate the responses to the public comments also.
Right, which may be in addition to the comments in the
Okay.
letters.
So unless there are additional
I would just
questions?
ask, maybe as the meeting progresses, you just look at that one subheading under list of technical appendices and see if you want to reword it
Okay.
for accuracy. But other than that, are there any other questions? Supervisor Foy?
I've got one maybe before we get into this. You went back to that, on your chart, you had that slip mix chart, and it says that you're even over on your proposed under 38 feet, where it says now it's at 61 per.
Correct.
Is there a reason to go over when we know that those slips really have a difficult time renting? I mean, if we're all, if the people that are leasing from us are trying to make money and we're trying to make money, shouldn't we make some adjustments to, and be what we need to be based on coastal commission?
Yeah, I have some concern about that myself. I think, if I can back up to an aerial, that the real reason for this may be that this marina, which is part of Vintage, this marina, which is the other portion of Vintage, Pacific Corinthian and Anacapa Isle Marina are the newest right now. They have many, many small slips and are not proposed here for reconfiguration because their changes are sometime off.
Mm-hmm.
There are no pier head extensions recommended here, and we don't see a day when we would ever recommend pier head extensions. Maybe 20 years from now, someone will see things differently,
Where
or
is that again?
technology will change this entire West Channel.
Okay.
So those numbers can skew it, but not enough to get us to 50%.
So there's no way to make larger slips in there?
Well, they can. I mean, those marinas could be asked to come forward and ask if they were to reconfigure today, what would you do differently, and see where that mix goes. But we did not do that this time because they're not proposing to change right now. Those slips are not falling apart like some of the others are.
Okay.
Just ask a question.
Yes.
On the Channel Islands Marina Vintage now, whatever the name of that is, those slips right in there, they do have a 20-foot extension that was approved.
That's correct.
And I would just say there's also the recreational aspect of the smaller boat versus the larger boat that might need a couple of people to sail it versus a single person sailboat, and so it's nice to accommodate that for that purpose.
There's no question we need some small slips for people. The economics, I'd rather put a small boat in a larger slip if it's there. That's my thing. But I mean, we've got to make it available to them.
We don't disagree.
So at this time, then, we can go to our cards, and after that, we'll have staff come back and respond to some of the points that were made, if not all. And we also do have some written comments, and we appreciate the fact that you're getting those written comments in advance. Okay, we first have Don Fasciano, followed by Trevor Smith.
Good afternoon, Don Ficciano, Ventura County Taxpayers Association. We have a great asset, countywide, for the whole county, the Channel Island Harbor. It is important that the PWP amendment move forward and maximize its value to the county and taxpayers, residents, and vacationers. We recommend approval as proposed. It's time. Thank you.
I apologize for butchering your name, Fasciano.
Hi, Ms. Parks. Board members. Trevor Smith, 4000 West Hemlock, Channel Islands Harbor, Mandalay Bay, in the city of Oxnard. I submitted a letter. I'm on the board of directors of the Channel Islands Harbor Homeowners Association, and we submitted a letter signed by the president and myself, the neighborhood chair, basically asking that the water quality issues that are covered in the new revised 2007 PWP Amendment 3 that are basically a reiteration of the 1986 Public Works Plan Amendment be implemented before the third amendment be approved. And I'd just like to point out that the entirety of the required implementation that they're regurgitating in the new plan, it was never really implemented, and I could give you a few examples in a couple of seconds here. I just want to address 9 through 13 on pages 72 and 3. And basically on 9, we need clarification to understand how the city of Oxnard has been removed from its joint responsibility to cooperate with the Ventura County to assure water quality by participating in water quality testing, monitoring, hiring a wildlife biologist to design and monitor these testings, and to embark on an educational program, signage, enforcement, and public awareness to make sure that the new boat owners and the new homeowners and the new business owners and the new visitors all understand the existing water quality laws that have been established since 1986. And this new amendment regurgitates the 86 plan, but as I'll repeat, the 1986 water quality amendments have never been acted on, and we don't think that the plan should go forward unless there's a promise to amend that. And it's very important that the city of Oxnard, that is our city that we live in, and we're 800 homes out of about 2,500 homes that are waterfront homes in there that realize that the harbor waters, it's one whole. The city that owned waters and the county owned waters is one ecosystem, one harbor, one body of water, and you cannot put a divider at the bridge and ignore the cumulative cross impacts of the additional boats, additional housing, and everything. We're not opposed to future development. We're not opposed to adding restaurants and all the amenities. We just want to make sure that the water quality is protected as promised for over 20 years.
We definitely will have staff address that. Our next speaker, Judy Tessier and Michael Kutnick.
Hello, I'm Judy Tessier, 140 Santa Ana Avenue in the Channel Islands Harbor. And I did also send a letter to the Board of Supervisors, and my concern is primarily with the extension of the Bahia Cabrillo Marina Plan. Particularly, what they propose to do is to extend the pier line along the south end of the West Harbor. And it's hard to see in there, but it was the trapezoidal red thing on the other slide. And I think that they mentioned that they had a better area view, but I didn't see it, so I can't really address that. The point is they're going to extend that line, the pier line, south about 300 feet. That area currently is revetment. It curves into the city park down there. And the area as a whole traditionally has become a family gathering place, a fishing place, one of the few places right in the harbor where people can have access to the water for fishing, for enjoying the breeze, etc. And if the slips are extended that far, it will cut off that traditional access to the public, which is currently no cost. I was surprised when I was looking at it today that I didn't notice before, but the length of some of the slips in that area at the end closest to where the marina currently is will be 131 feet in length for the slip, and at the other end it will be 37 feet length for the slip. So we're talking large boats here. What it does is essentially it says that area will no longer be available for fishing, for picnicking, for clear access to the views of the harbor. We have concern that it changes the nature of that end of the harbor. It changes the nature of the access for people in the community, and it changes the view in terms of the openness of the harbor. The report itself mentions the beauty of the view, and that in fact it's one of the more open and motion-oriented views within the harbor. And we feel that if it goes down that far to essentially where the grass starts, we will be losing that. In addition, although it's revetment and not park now, there are benches in the area, there are trash cans in the area, and it is de facto part of the park in terms of the way it's used and the way it's treated. So I would urge the Board of Supervisors not to approve the extension of the pier head of the Bahia Cabrillo Marina Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Michael Kutnick, followed by Lee Quaintance.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson, Michael Kutnick, Whale's Tail Restaurant, Channel Islands Harbor. In 1983, when I purchased the Whale's Tail Restaurant, I thought of myself as the new kid on the block. Fast forward almost a quarter of a century, and today some of my peers I work with are sons and daughters of those original people who started businesses in Channel Islands Harbor. Yesterday I sat with a fellow lessee and we discussed the new dock construction on the southeasterly side of the Whale's Tail and his new dock construction yet to come that again will enhance Channel Islands Harbor as to aesthetics, functionability, and the financial underpinnings of such a public-private endeavor. On my work today, I took notice of big cranes, the metal ones, not the feathery ones. And they were reconstructing infrastructure throughout the entire harbor. The near completion of the Hampton Inn and updated complexes, apartment complexes, that now look brand new. I then passed the site for the Boating Instruction and Safety Center. And while crossing a large section of blacktop, called the county parking lot, in front of the Whale's Tail, I was able to see the tall ship Lynx in front of the restaurant. It has taken us a full generation to now make all of which I have spoken about a reality. The Public Works Plan and its amendment are also generational. It is now that you have the opportunity to give further credence to all that which I have delineated today. There is great investment on the private sector side. And these plans are part of our collective future. The Board of Supervisors and staff have traction, or as they say in basketball, you have momentum. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Quaintance, followed by Gordon Burr.
Good afternoon. I'm Lee Quaintance for the Beacon Foundation, a nonprofit environmental organization focused on protecting coastal Ventura County. Our letter details major defects that we see in the amendment. Time does not permit presenting them point by point. So here's an overview. There's a disconnect between the staff report that you've received today and the amendment that is proposed for adoption. The staff report describes a limited number of new development projects. These descriptions of these projects are lacking from the amendment. Indeed, some of the projects in the staff report are not in the amendment at all. Specifically, expansion of landside facilities at Channel Islands Marina and replacement of guest docks at Fisherman's Wharf are nowhere to be found in the amendment. More important, the amendment makes fundamental changes to the Public Works Plan that reach far beyond what's needed to add the projects described in the staff report. Instead of providing a tailored amendment, your consultant has done a hatchet job on the basic structure and public process requirements of the Public Works Plan. Further, the amendment asks the California Coastal Commission to approve, undermining its oversight authority. The amendment is a prescription for confrontation. Hasn't there been enough of that already? Is this the way to run a successful business enterprise? Isn't it time to reach out and try for some consensus building on a rational management plan? The amendment heedlessly and needlessly challenges Coastal Commission rulings the board formally and very recently accepted to gain approval of the Bisque and Vintage projects. In the Bisque process, the Commission rejected a county attempt to water down the PWP premise that the harbor is built out and that new development requires amendment. It also expressly rejected the county position that designated view corridors can be invaded so long as a total harbor-wide 25% of viewscapes is maintained. That erroneous argument is in your staff report today, even though the language quoted shows that an amendment is necessary for designated view corridors. In the Vintage proceeding, the Commission limited expansion of pier headlines to that project and called for a harbor-wide impact study if expansion was sought elsewhere. The amendment provides no impact studies or environmental analysis of its direct and cumulative impacts. You are asked to launch into this major amendment process with no staff input on how long the review will take, what it will cost, and what the realistic prospects are for success. That should be unacceptable. Based on our 13 years of appearing before the Coastal Commission, we believe it will take more than a year to get this amendment to a commission vote. It will cost the county not only precious time, but huge consulting fees. And in the end, many of the proposed changes will not stand. In short, this dog won't hunt. We ask you to scrap the amendment and ask staff to come back with one tailored and limited to the actual waterside development this board would like considered. If there are any questions on our letter, I would be pleased to answer them. I have not seen the response that was prepared. After it is provided, I would like an opportunity to return here and respond to it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Quaintance?
Yes.
I do have two questions, if I could, Madam Chair.
Sure.
One, just at the beginning of your comments, you pointed out two landside developments that you said are in the staff report and not in the letter.
Right.
And I just want to make sure I wrote those down properly.
Okay.
Tell me what those two are again.
The two are, in the staff report, it says, this is on page 4 of the staff report, under the heading that's on page 3 that says projects included in the recreational boating amendment. And this one is Channel Islands Harbor Marina. Expand the existing buildings to accommodate handicapped access restrooms and shower facilities and storage for boaters. You won't find that in the amendment. The second one is the guest docks at Fisherman's Wharf, which is also
The guest docks at Fisherman's Wharf?
Guest docks at Fisherman's Wharf. That's covered on page 5 of the staff report, refers to Fisherman's Wharf, replacing guest docks with modern facilities, et cetera, et cetera.
Great.
That's not in the amendment.
Thank you. And I have one question regarding your letter. On page 7
Yes.
of your letter, the second paragraph says, the Boating Instruction Safety Center, this went through an approval process. However, due to failure to comply with environmental review requirements, a court judgment set aside the approval.
Yes.
Due to failure to comply, are you referring to the failure to comply by the Coastal Commission, or are you referencing failure to comply by the county?
Well, I think both. The court found that it did not make a specific ruling on the environmental documents, but it found that there was no adequate coverage of the issues of cumulative impacts and alternatives. So to the extent those materials are lacking, I suppose it's a shared responsibility.
Thank you.
Any other questions,
Chair?
Supervisor Flynn?
May I ask you a question, too? Are you concluding, then, that any reference to the BISC in the Public Works Plan Third Amendment should not be there at this point in time?
I don't know that there would be no reference, but it certainly is not correct to depict it as now depicted as an approved project. But I don't have, I suppose there could be something that would explain that it is not an approved project. But I don't know what precise words there would be, but it certainly isn't misleading as presently presented.
On that one item, Madam, if I may ask Lynn Krieger.
I was thinking we could have her back because there's several different questions and let her respond at that time. Thank you. Okay, our next comment card, Gordon Burr, and then Gordon is followed by Penny Bain.
My name is Gordon Burr, also a member of the Beacon Foundation. Good afternoon, members of the board. The approval the county is seeking on this amendment by separating the landside development from the waterside development, I think is somewhat flawed in the sense that CEQA really requires that all cumulative impacts be considered of any known new development. If this amendment is approved, it will ultimately drive the landside development without any cumulative assessments of the two together. Anything that's approved today must therefore be mandated approved on the landside development, regardless of the impacts, from one to the other. On page 3 of the staff report, asking to approve the Public Works Plan by implementing 6 bullets listed here. I think those bullets should really be changed to dollar signs, because every item there except for the last one is really a revenue enhancing provision, and you're designating them as implementing these following objectives. Every one is either mostly all private dollars. What's really being omitted here is an additional bullet, and it should be without a dollar sign. That's the one that's mandated by the Coastal Act, which is the use of the harbor for non-boaters, visitors serving, low cost, no cost public waterside access. Historically, this Public Works Plan came about from the local coastal plan involvement. Your planning department under Jeff Walker mailed out over 4,000 copies of their draft report county-wide, and it receives numerous amount of comments, and most of them have been included in the LCP, which actually drove this Public Works Plan. This process even predated Supervisor Flynn's presence here. I believe it was Supervisor Laubacher that was involved at that time. Now, and the public has always been a primary driver of any changes to the coastal development. They should always be in the driver's seat. The harbor is theirs. The land was given to them by the Bards and the McGrath families for their use. Let's keep the public works plan a real public input process. A case in point was earlier mentioned about the Bahia Cabrillo development. The response to a question that Supervisor Foy had about the fishing in that area, I think, was misleading. The previous speaker spoke to that issue, and the entire walkway along, I wish you had the previous one with the red marks around the Bahia Cabrillo there. That would be very helpful. Oh, there it is. Great. Okay, it shows the red zone. Whoops, it slipped back. It shows the red zone there, just extended across the present pier head and beyond that curve. That large triangular section there really is a high demand fishing area for children and other families. Matter of fact, it's the only area in the region where I can safely bring my kayak in, and I'm always getting entangled with the fishing lines because further down you're being impacted by the boaters in the area because that is an untraversed area for boaters presently. It's a very intensive area for fishing, and any new docks there will certainly be impeded there. As the previous speaker mentioned, there are upwards to 131 feet of docks presently planned there. The last page in your report here on page 106 shows that. And that red zone there doesn't conform to the zone established on this drawing whatsoever. It shows that red zone just skirting the existing pier heads, but according to the drawing, that particular knee is exactly where Harbor Boulevard curves around. So the pier head extends out, and where the last boat slip on the left there is really 100, and presently it's probably about 35, 40 feet. But it's going to be extending out an additional 75 feet from that point. So there is a gross error in this particular drawing, and it needs to be remedied, especially in light of what's shown on this diagram here. I drew it out here. It should really be shown as such. Maybe Lynn Krieger could take a look at this as well. There is a big discrepancy as depicted on your drawing, so I'd like to have a response on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the discrepancy you're seeing is on the page 111 in our packet. It's Appendix J. And okay. Thank you. And our next speaker card then is Penny Bain, followed by Weston Whitman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Johnston in absentia. I am Penny Bain, and I'm here today to speak as a private citizen, a resident of Oxnard Shores. For the last 22 years, I've been within walking distance of the Channel Islands Harbor. I would like to point out that we have all 6 members of our Channel Islands Harbor lessee, master lessees of the executive committee here today, and they will speak far more eloquently than I about their livelihood at the Channel Islands Harbor. I would just urge you, as you have this past year, to stay the course. You've been very, very good and very supportive of moving this harbor forward. This third amendment to the PWP is vital, and I would just say keep moving forward. And we all thank you for your diligence. This is the 4th public hearing, 3 public hearings last year. Tremendous opportunity for public input, which we have heard and taken into consideration, and you will do that today. But again, stay the course, please. It's not time to tax, it's not time to come about. It's time to keep our eye on the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you. Weston Whitman, followed by Steve Brenger. That'll be my guess.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Wes Whitman. I represent Greystar Real Estate Partners, the owners of the Hampton Inn, the Casa Serena Hotel, Lobster Trap Restaurant, and all the apartments that line Peninsula Road and the apartments on Harbor Boulevard. We are, first of all, thrilled to be here and glad to see that this amendment is in the stage it is. And we were at the Harbor Commission meeting, and we're glad to see that it received their support as well. For us, attracting today capital, hopefully in the future, a lot of public and a lot of public and consumers to the area through our hotels and restaurants and meeting space and open promenades that we're creating. It is a critical component of us attracting the capital that has allowed us so far to put the money that we have into the harbor, and that will continue to, is the waterside amenities that will be, to the level of use and attractiveness as the landside amenities that we're here. I spend a lot of my time today attracting or bringing capital partners in, to do these investments that we hope will be great for the harbor. And one of their first questions is always, what's going to happen with all these boat slips here? It's critical for our developments on the land side that there's some major upgrades and renovations as proposed here. And so I just want to express our support. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of you over the next many months as the land side comes up as well. But anyway, we'll welcome any questions you all have as well. So,
welcome to Ventura County.
Thank you very much.
Steve Brenger, and I apologize if I got your name wrong.
Linda wouldn't be the first time.
Well, it's the handwriting.
Thank you, supervisors. Steve Benger, and that's okay. It took me about 8 years to learn it myself.
Can I just ask you how you spell that?
Same way every time. Buenger.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
Marine Emporium Landing, and I'm also president of the Channel Islands Harbor Lessees. Just a couple quick words. On behalf of the executive board of the lessees, I'd like to say that the lessees are definitely in support of this proposed amendment. We believe the amendment was prepared by staff in an objective manner. A couple notes I wrote down so I don't forget them. We believe it was prepared in order to achieve the highest and best use for the county asset. We also believe that, in our opinion, the changes that are incorporated therein will provide benefit for the residents, the boaters, and the visitors to Channel Islands Harbor. We would definitely urge you to continue to support the progress of the harbor and to support the proposed amendment as it has been presented today. One other thing about the trapezoidal corner over there, I definitely can understand why this would be a kind of a tender spot for someone that owns a home down there. I believe that it's a no posted fishing area, and I was born in Oxnard. I started hanging out in Channel Islands Harbor around 67, 68, right after I learned how to spell that name, actually. And I used to go down fishing off the jetty, and it is a great place to hang out when you're in high school, and also for a local. I think the area that the harbor has proposed to add those slips is definitely a no-posted fishing area. If you're fishing on the rocks, if you've got a family on the rocks, it's not the safest area. And just because it's posted no fishing and people violate that restriction doesn't mean that they are given inalienable rights to use that. From what I've seen, I think that the plan to incorporate the slip into that area would actually make it a much safer place for people to partake in activities. I don't think it would rule anybody out or keep them away. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that input. Two last speakers, Leslie Rosniak, followed by Randy Short.
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Wozniak, and I live at 329 Santa Monica Drive, right near the channel. My husband and I moved up here 15 years ago, and I've been walking around the Channel Islands Harbor a few times a week, and now maybe 6 times a week ever since I moved up here. My main priorities are preserving the trees where the herons live and preserving the parkland all around the channel. After reading through the draft, I found the draft really hard to understand, and I found the diagrams really hard to understand. The draft seemed to be made up of 3 separate parts. One part is from the old the PWP that was written in '86, and then there's a second part that's the part that's being deleted, and that had lines through it, and I could clearly see which parts were being deleted. Then there's a third part of new language that's being added to the 1986 PWP. Well, that part sometimes is underlined and sometimes it's not. So it's really hard. I don't have the original. I should have had the original to go through it myself and figure out everything. But if you don't have the original right next to you and you're not doing it line by line, you get very confused about what's being added and what was in the original PWP. I have one example from the many. On page 39 in the copy of the draft that I had, on the top of the page, there's a paragraph about the Kitty Beach. I knew that. Then there's a paragraph about Hobie Beach. And then there are 2 paragraphs that are lined out. Okay, though I understand that's all from the original. Then there's a last paragraph on that page about the boating center, but that has to be added because it says the boating center is already existing. So that had to be new language, but it's not underlined. It should have been underlined just to show that it's new language, whether you agree with the boating center or not. I mean, that's new language. The whole draft to me was so hard. I don't, unless it's all fixed and made right, I don't know how we can vote on something like that. Okay. There are so many parts of this new draft where the original is being deleted. I believe they all should be kept there. This is part of our history. It's part of the continuity, and it gives the rules and regulations for changing everything. I don't think you can make a new plan and just delete the old one. You've got to have it there as part of the history, whether it's in the same format at the beginning, at the end. I believe you can't just delete it. That's not right. So I'm really asking that you keep the old PWP as you update it and make an amendment calling it a new one. About Parcel Q, I walk by there all the time. This dry boat storage yard on Victoria was set up a few years ago, and there wasn't any public discussion or input that I ever knew about. All of a sudden it was there. It takes away the ocean view. It forces people to walk in the road when you're going around it. The fence has been moved and changed a few times. It makes it impossible to reach the small park on the other side of it from the north side. I've heard rumors that this will be made into a 2-story permanent dry boat storage yard. These boats so far cannot be hauled or towed and put into the water. To my knowledge, they have to be hauled or towed out onto Victoria and taken down to some other ramp where they can go into the water. The original ramp was donated and is supposed to be used, but it all fell into disrepair. I don't know if there's a plan to fix it. If you fix it, then I won't object to Parcel Q being used for boats. But if you don't fix it, then why are we taking that beautiful piece of property in front of a park and storing boats there? We could store it in the old Lucky's yard, in the old Lucky's parking lot that's becoming like a ghetto zone a mile away. One more thing, the dredging of the channel. We have more than dredging now every 2 years. It's more often than that. With the new additions of the waterside shopping centers and the waterside houses, I've been told that the amount of water in the channel has almost doubled. I don't know if that's true. That's what I've been told. And that's why we have needed and will continue to need more dredging of the harbor. Are we overseeing the dredging? Are we overseeing the barges and the tugboats that they use out there all day long, every day, and on weekends? These tugboats and barges spew out huge amounts of black diesel soot that we don't allow anymore from our trucks or our boats or anywhere, but they're right there in our channel every day that there's dredging. Is anybody taking charge or watching or making sure that we're following the air quality rules. That's one of my concerns, and I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for taking the time to do the thorough review and bring us those issues. Our last speaker then is Randy Short.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. Randy Short with Almar Marinas. I'll echo what some of my fellow lessees have said. I'm extremely happy and excited about what we see going on in Channel Islands Harbor and the proposed Public Works Plan amendment. We personally have spent a tremendous amount of time working on this plan and our specific plan, working through various designs, probably 25 or 30 different designs before we came up with what we thought would match our boaters' desires and needs now and into the future. We've turned that final design over to our boaters. We have that now in our offices in Peninsula Marina, and the majority of our boaters now have come and picked their new slip, and they're extremely excited about what's about to occur because they've been there with dilapidated facilities for a long time. They're excited to see it. Like I said, the majority have already come in and picked their new slip, which they're very happy with. We want to make it clear that we will approach this as we have with every development and redevelopment that we have done, and we have done numerous marina redevelopments, and we have never dislocated a single tenant boater. We don't want to have that occur. We value those people, and I want to make it absolutely clear that when we look at this design, this is a project that we're building that will last probably somewhere between 40 and 50 years. So we don't want to build necessarily to today's market. We want to build somewhere in the middle of that. But by doing that, as Supervisor Foy pointed out, it allows us to put a smaller boat in a bigger slip. It may not match today's market, but that's all right with us because we can't make those adjustments later. We've spent too much money now. So we put smaller boats in bigger slips. We've done that when we rebuilt our marina in Ventura. We did exactly the same thing. We started that redevelopment in 1992. We still have small boats in big slips, and they're still paying us for the slip that they would go into if there was a smaller slip available for them. So it's no downside to the boater. So we're very excited. Two specific points related to Bahia. The depiction here is exactly as is laid out in the plans, and I can tell you, as I said, we've done 25 or 30 looks at this. So the speaker that pointed out that this was incorrect, I think is incorrect, because we have overlaid the existing facilities on the planned facilities, so I'm intimately familiar with that. And the other issue about views and how that looks, I want to remind everybody, this isn't like building a building out in that area. Boats sit down substantially from where the level of the walkway is. And I think the minimum height there is that walkway is probably at +5 or 6, and the majority of the time the tide is then lower than that. So the boats are substantially below eye level. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our comment cards. At this point, I was going to have staff come up and address the issues that you've heard raised. I've written down a few, too, in case you haven't gotten to them all.
Okay, and at the end, I'm going to need to ask people taking notes here. If there are particular questions, I can take those first. Otherwise, I'll head straight into the public comment.
I had 4 topics I was hoping staff would address. I just wanted to throw them out there.
I was thinking that first they can address the concerns that they've heard today, and then we can go into our questions.
Okay, speaking to Mr. Trevor Smith, and I do have the comments on the letters as well. I'll do those last, maybe pause in between. Mr. Trevor Smith talked about the removal of Oxnard for the requirement related to water quality. That is on page 74 of your draft. In fact, The city of Oxnard is listed in the existing PWP for involvement in the water quality and biology issues. However, the waterways lie entirely within the county of Ventura. They are not within the city of Oxnard's jurisdictional limits. They have never played any part in the water quality testing that we do, and we would conclude after nearly 30 years that probably they will not be. We do have careful coordination with them on landside issues, stormwater runoff, and so forth, but in terms of harbor water quality testing itself, they have never really been involved and do not choose to be at this time. In terms of
Before you leave
Yes.
Trevor Smith, I think one of his main points is he'd like to see the requirement for water quality testing that was in the previous plan be implemented, and I'm wondering what plans you have for water quality testing.
We do have a regular water quality testing program. We are presuming that that will continue. We can certainly put that in writing. I would propose it not go in the PWP, and the reason is, again, those change regularly. We are currently anticipating in April a draft of a total minimum daily load analysis from the Regional Water Quality Control Board where they will be placing, again, new testing requirements on us. By being very specific within the PWP about what those testing requirements are, again, we don't want to have to come back and amend a public works plan when there are a number of other documents where those requirements are laid out. So right now we're proposing to continue with our quarterly testing program that we do. There is the weekly or biweekly testing program done by Environmental Health on the beaches, and now we will have new requirements imposed by the Regional Water Quality Control Board.
Yet to be imposed, but right now you do the quarterly testing of the water quality in the harbor, and that can
Correct.
be made available to Mr. Smith if he'd like to see those reports.
Correct, and we have made those available in the past. Be happy to do it again.
So if I could, while we're on that, then two things. So you're saying the contention that we're not meeting the requirements, the water quality testing requirements of the 1986 plan is not accurate. You're saying we are meeting those requirements. We are testing.
We are testing.
Okay, so we're meeting those requirements. Right? Second,
what it says is a water quality monitoring program for oxygen, turbidity, coliform bacteria, heavy metals, nitrate, phosphates to be performed on a semi-annual basis. That's the minimum. And if it is a heavy storm year, sometimes we will skip a quarter if there's heavy rain because the test results are off. And we do test for different things at different times. We will add additional, if we think there's a problem, we'll test for more.
Okay, so we have been doing the testing more often than what was called for in the plan.
Correct.
And then my second question is, you said Oxnard has not been involved in water quality, which is why we're taking it out. Oxnard is going to be involved in water quality back with the Sea Bridge project and some of those issues back there.
Yes, they have their own requirements.
So we're aware of that, and we will be coordinating our water quality testing with Oxnard's water quality testing back there in Sea Bridge. Thank you.
That's right. Okay. Next with Ms. Tessier, I hope that's the correct pronunciation. Thank you. On Bahia Cabrillo, I may move ahead here. It is true that there is some limited fishing. We had some additional slides right out of your document just to make it easier to work with the public here.
There it is.
Yeah, right here. The red line is the existing marina line. This was prepared by an engineer. This is the proposed. You can see here is the turn in Harbor Boulevard. It's, again, very difficult when you're just doing red, kind of coloring in the lines to get it exactly right. This is the one that was prepared by the engineer. There is a limited amount of fishing that occurs in about the first third, you said, Jack, of this area. This area is posted just south of the existing marina as a no fishing area. We do not enforce that unless it's problematic. The reason this area is posted no fishing is for the exact reason that Mr. Burr mentioned, which is people getting tangled in the lines as they come around that corner and try and stay out of the way of the boaters who are traversing their way into the harbor. There are boats that come in and out along this area. The bulk of the fishing does happen around this corner and down toward the park. There will be some limited impact in this first section on some fishermen who do go down on that rock, fishermen, fisherwomen, fisherpersons, whatever the correct term is. But we do believe that this is a high priority use to preserve the recreational boating that's in the harbor. There are some benches in this area. I don't know where the first bench is. I think it's around this corner, isn't it?
Just before the bend.
So it's just before this bend in here.
As you look, Madam Chair, as you look at the angle there of Harbor Boulevard, and then look at the red line, I just raised the question again. You think it's safe to put a boat there, to put a boat in a slip, to expand the slips out that far?
Yeah, the harbor
master, as far as the wind is concerned and so forth.
The harbor master has reviewed this. The Coast Guard has reviewed it, and they agree that this is a safe location. The reason we stopped at this bend is that here the revetment turns pretty dramatically, and we are going into the harbor entrance. That would not be a good place to put boats, because that's directly on the entrance path itself. Reasonable people can disagree about this, but this is our opinion at this point.
Looking at just my amateur counting, it looks like it's 10 slips. How many slips is it?
7 to 10.
7 to 10 slips that we're adding by having that there. And how about the contention that the slips will be down? And
the slips will be down?
Yeah, that there won't be...
Out of view.
In terms of view?
Oh, boat masts do not count as a view impediment. That's been my information from the Coastal Commission for a great... And you agree with that? Okay. Boat masts are not considered a view impediment, particularly in a harbor. It's not like a structure, because you can see they're so small you can see through them.
I think it was Mr. Short that said that boats will actually be 4 feet down. I just want to have staff confirm that. Is that
yes,
at
at least. Yeah, it's the masts that would be visible in that location.
Well, a harbor without masts is like a forest without trees.
Question.
Even Mike Kudnick laughed at that.
We have a couple more follow-ups on
Okay.
this same item.
The issue of the public safety of fishing in that area and the rock revetment. Have we had any record of issues, or is it just something that we posted and we don't enforce it for a variety of reasons? But
yeah, we enforce from time to time. Do we have a record? We do have some record. I wouldn't say it's a great deal of people with turned ankles on the rocks filing claims against the county for damage to their ankles and so forth. I don't believe we've had any claims from kayakers who've gotten caught in lines. Are you aware of any, Jack, before my time?
But
No.
generally, we wouldn't knowingly welcome families and children, et cetera, to be standing on those rocks and fishing in that area.
Not right along the roadway, no. We prefer they be down closer to the park.
That's what I was going to ask. I'm looking at the plan where it says fishing is allowed in the inner harbor south of the tip of the peninsula. Most of the fishing activity occurs along the jetties at the entrance to the main channel, since lower dissolved oxygen levels further into the channel limit the number of fish present. So where is it that fishing is allowed?
Trying to back up far enough here.
South of the tip of the peninsula. It's how...
I know someone has to be faster at this than I am. There is fishing that occurs along both jetties. This is what's referred to as the jetties. You will see fishing going on there a lot of the time. Also at the park area. And at the south end of Peninsula, I'm afraid I don't know. The tip of the peninsula, I'm not sure what that's referring to. But the bulk of fishing is along this area of the jetties, and that's what's being referred to in that report.
I'm just reading it straight out of the Public Works Plan Amendment. It says south of the tip of the peninsula. Okay, but there is locations for fishing available that are safer and preferred by
And Hobie
county.
Beach. Yeah, there's a fair amount of fishing that does happen at Hobie Beach.
I think that's going to address the concerns, address the issues brought up by Ms. Tessier. I know she had a question in the back there, but we're into board discussion now. The next speaker.
Yes, I will skip ahead. I'll go past Mr. Kutnick, who didn't have concerns, to Mr. Quaintance, and I'll be getting back to him in commenting on his letter. He talked some about the expansion of landside facilities, and of course we're not dealing with that here. That will come to you hopefully later this year in a landside amendment, which will involve quite a bit more work, because that is not just repair and replacement. We're talking about, as you've reviewed the leases, some changes in use. They're limited, but there are some. Mr. Quaintance also talked about the absence of drawings in the back of this plan for the reconfiguration of the guest docks. The Fisherman's Wharf lease is not finished. We have done our own assessment of what could happen with those guest docks, that there's a more efficient way to use the waterway in this area. We have not gone to the expense of having drawings prepared at this point. Those will still be forthcoming, and the board will be reviewing those, but that's why there is not a specific drawing of that at this time.
But there is text in the Public Works plan that addresses this new use?
Just in the board letter.
Just in the board letter.
Right.
Okay.
The board letter mentions that is coming. That's similar to the dry stack. That's something that's coming.
Thank you.
In the future. I was disappointed Mr. Quaintance didn't feel that this is tailored, because we've tried very hard to try and keep this as minimal as we could. There seems to be some confusion in general. We heard a little bit about this from public comment at the Harbor Commission meeting as well. And Mr. Quaintance said we did a hatchet job on the public process. We did recommend deletion of the process, the amendment process, permit processing process in the Public Works Plan itself. The reason for that is that those procedures are outlined in the Coastal Act and the accompanying regulations. We don't see any reason to mirror those here. And really, all of that narrative for regulations that change over time gets in the way of the regulatory document we're trying to create. That's one of the comments we've received repeatedly from coastal staff, and I know I have trouble myself sorting out what's real. I mean, in a way, it's deceptive, because we have these 21-year-old procedures in there that may not be exactly what's followed now. We believe it's just safer to take that out, let the Coastal Act, the regulations, the coastal staff speak for themselves. That doesn't mean there isn't a public process. Of course there's a public process. It just means that it isn't laid out in this particular document. In that sense, we are not trying at all to undermine the Coastal Commission role. We are trying, in fact, to conform to exactly what it is they do today and give them the ability to change without having our Public Works Plan reflect something other than what they actually do.
Keeps us current as the Coastal Commission changes the rules sometimes.
That's right. Just as all the recent court cases have changed the rules, we're scrambling to keep up with how does this really work now? And the Coastal Commission staff is doing the same.
But the law is the law, whether it's, put in here, mirrored in here or not, it doesn't change.
That's right. And sometimes it's a little dangerous to paraphrase what the law has to say. I think County Council has told us that more than once. But there's no intention here to challenge the authority of the Coastal Commission. That would be a rather futile effort anyway, and there would be no reason to challenge their authority. We've developed a fairly good working relationship and would like to keep it that way. Mr. Quaintance also mentioned a couple of amendments that were rejected as part of the BISC Public Works Plan amendment. One of those was the correction of the length of the dock out in front of the sport fishing location from 300 to 600 feet. The Coastal Commission did not express that they thought that was a poor amendment, but they said that the BISC amendment was not the time to do it, that we should do it when we do our general update of the Public Works Plan. And you all, I know, are well aware that they've been pushing us for some time to do exactly this kind of general update. And there were a couple of other things like that. The Coastal Commission said, for example, view quarters, don't do that now. Do it when you do the general update. So just because they were rejected as part of the BISC amendment does not mean they reject them in concept. Mr. Quaintance commented there was no information on timeline, cost, or chance of success. The timeline, Public Works Plan amendments, I believe under the rules, have up to a year once the application is deemed complete. Am I correct in that, Ms. Culbertson? A year, 15 months. The cost, of course, is going to depend on how much work has to be done to amend the amendment as it goes through the process. Chances of success, I think, are relatively good because we've tried to stay in good communication. But I did not speculate in the board letter. He's correct about that, about what the chance of success might be. Guest Docks Challenge Harbor Marina. Both Mr. Quaintance and then Supervisor Flynn, in a question to him, talked about references to the BISC. Actually, several commenters have commented on that. The references to the BISC, if you take the proposed amendment, you will see just behind the not the cover page, but behind the title sheet, it says document history. First Amendment by the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors, and then First Amendment approved by the California Coastal Commission with regard to the BISC. There is ongoing litigation that's under appeal right now related to the BISC project. However, it is my understanding, and we could check with County Council if you like, but it's my understanding that this project is approved until the Coastal Commission is ordered to and does withdraw its approval of this project. And so we have no authority to remove it. It's currently an approved amendment to the Public Works Plan. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, there's a court order requiring the Coastal Commission to reverse itself, and there will be a further hearing, but at the moment, the Coastal Commission ruling is it's approved, yes.
May I just ask,
Sure,
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Flynn.
a question on that? If you look at the conclusion of the court, the judge, the ruling that was made about the BIS, it reads like this: the petition for writ of mandate is granted. A writ shall issue commanding the commission to set aside its approval of amended PWP and NOID for the BISC and prepare a new functional equivalent of an EIR. My comment is this, maybe suggestion. You can leave that in there, all the comments about the BISC, but I think maybe a condition should be added to it that this is awaiting a resolution to this issue. Some condition like that. I would suggest that might be important because of the court's comment here.
Yeah.
The court said set aside.
I'll obviously defer to the board on that. If the appeal is abandoned, or if the appeal doesn't succeed, or any number of things happen, and the Coastal Commission does reverse itself, that language will automatically be withdrawn. I'm not sure how to mark it separately in this document. If you ask us to do so, of course we will, but this is a very short-term issue, and I'm guessing that will be resolved before we get to hearing on this amendment, so that we can take care of it before it even goes to the Coastal Commission.
Does that work with you?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
no matter what you do in this PWP with respect to language on the boating center, it's likely that by the time the Coastal Commission hears the PWP amendment application, the language that you choose may have been affected one way or the other, and a change may be necessary. This is as good a choice as any.
So they can change it right there at the Coastal Commission to be in compliance with what has been ruled. Mm-hmm.
Well, adding some words in a very short condition, you can express the thought that, especially to the judge who made this ruling and this finding, that we're sensitive about what he has found on this issue, and the BISC information will stay in the Public Works Amendment that we're looking at today, but there should be some language that conditions it, in my opinion, so that we're not going to get ourselves crossways with anyone.
Yeah, another simpler alternative would be to mention in the transmittal letter that we've left the language alone pending future action by the court.
That would satisfy me.
So perhaps we can just mention it in the transmittal letter.
Okay.
You know, no use making people mad, including the judge, right?
Particularly the judge.
Particularly the judge. Unless there are additional questions on that.
Regarding the acquaintances' comments?
Well, there's
you have some more
comments to the letter. We're not done with Mr. Acquaintance in terms of verbal comments, but not the letter. Okay, Mr. Burr talked about the philosophy of dividing land and water.
Were you going to go and
do you want me to do
give
the
your
letter
comments
now?
to his letter?
Would you like me to do that now?
Yes.
I certainly can. Okay. Okay, Mr. Acquaintance's first issue in his letter had to do with the notice being deceptive, the notice of this hearing, and of course we disagree about that. The notice did not summarize each change that was in the Public Works Plan Amendment and is not required to do so. It just notified that a hearing was happening, gave a web page where the document could be found, where the staff report could be found, and we have tried to be pretty liberal about handing out free copies of the amendment to anyone who requested one, who couldn't get it through the computer. The second comment in the letter has to do with the gutting of development limitations, and what he is saying here is that that the Third Amendment strikes out some sections that have to do with development, and there's particular mention of several sections. I don't know if you have the letter in front of you, where there was a statement that the harbor development is complete and should require no additional development. We did alter that language slightly because we thought it was unclear to say that there is no expansion of the harbor that is anticipated, meaning that the harbor area as it is not going to change. We are not going to be dredging new marina areas. There is no plan for new development areas other than what exists in the harbor. And we thought that made it clear. Evidently he...
And it says no additional new redevelopment.
Right. Without fixing the plan.
Right.
That is essentially a landside issue. As I've said before, the slips are essentially replacement of existing. There really is no truth to the assertion that Mr. Acquaintance is making that the Public Works Plan has to be amended every time there is a new project. The entire purpose of this amendment process is to make sure that those projects we reasonably anticipate to be done are included so that the county can proceed with a notice of impending development and not need to amend the Public Works Plan each time. That's a very inefficient and expensive way of proceeding. A number of jurisdictions do a project-by-project amendment, and many of them are still sitting still many years later because it takes a long time that way. The whole point here, I'm just checking my notes, the whole point here is that what we're trying to do is set for the board and for the public the scope and the character of what the development in the water is to be, and to see whether the board is comfortable with this proposed development. In a sense, it's equivalent to landside density, the size mix, all of those things, and is willing to pass that on to the coastal commissions. So the idea is that we are not piecemealing this, but rather trying to look at it, at least in the water, as a whole. The next item is that the county's development intentions are falsely stated. And of course, we don't agree with this. Again, the mention here is Fisherman's Wharf and the Casa Serena. Those are landside amendments and will be coming at a later time. Yes, those are known projects that are out there, but they are not specifically, particularly Fisherman's Wharf is really unknown in terms of exactly what the scope of that development is going to be. The next comment is that Oxnard is ejected from harbor jurisdiction, and I wish it were so simple that just by striking a name out in a plan that jurisdictional issues would go away. Wouldn't that be just wonderful? But it doesn't work that way. What we have done here is eliminated some of the references to the city. Every consultation that we do with the city is going to be required as part of the Coastal Commission process in any case. Once again, this is like reciting the law and the regs regarding what the procedures are to be. We consult with Fish and Game, we consult with the City of Oxnard, we consult with the Army Corps of Engineers. There are a number of places we consult. We don't list them here. That's all part of the regulatory process.
May I just make a comment on that? The authority of the county with the Public Works Plan and the city's LCP has been in conflict for a long time, maybe 30 or more years than that. I think that there's a reasonable that with the Coastal Commission Executive Director Peter Douglas, I think we reached kind of a resolution of that issue that causes really us, the county, the Harbor Department, the Board of Supervisors, not to have continued disagreements about this. You know, what is superior, PWP or the city LCP? So that's been kind of ironed out, and we worked together, did we not?
Yes.
On that.
Yes, we have had some legal opinions issued in the last 7 or 8 years. I have to say our relationship with the city has been very cooperative. We intend to continue that. We try to work together pretty closely. We meet with them fairly regularly, and there certainly is no intention to keep them out of the process. The next time is that the process for the PWP is subverted. It says that in Mr. Quaintance's letter that the PWP restricts new development by requiring a public works plan amendment to add new projects. That is not quite the case. The PWP only requires amendment now because the reconstruction that's anticipated here is not accommodated in the current public works plan. That's why we're doing an amendment. That's the entire purpose of this exercise. It was very difficult 21 years ago for them to know what would be happening today. I guess what's happening here is this is just a statement of a preference for a one project at a time approach, which is different than what we have heard from you as the board and the Coastal Commission and their staff. Just a couple more things here. Altering state law by proposed Appendix K. We have inserted a reference to state law in Appendix K, a reference to the Coastal Act. Nothing in state law is altered. Again, how nice it would be if just by entering something in a document like this we could change state law. There might be a lot of things you would do up here every week if you could do that. In fact, Appendix K is taken from state law. This is the area that talks about repair and maintenance functions and the administrative processes that are available so that permits, the full permit process is not required for some small projects. So that's just adding state law to what's already here. There's a comment here about the elimination of language about the leasing program. There was a 21-year-old summary here of the county's lease program. We would maintain the board has the right to change this lease program anytime, but you can never change the lease program in a way that would supersede the Coastal Act. You're going to have to abide by it in any case. So there's really no reason to summarize your lease program here because, again, it can change. The harbor channels.
May I ask something
Yes.
on that one?
Yes.
Apparently there were, the lease language kind of reiterates some policies that the county had or has with regarding leases. And one of those that interests me particularly is number 2, which says each lease of boat slips contains a provision providing for the availability of slips to the general public on a first-time, first-served basis. That seems like a good policy. And the leases to yacht clubs for the operation on slips, the operation of slips, specify a maximum number of the total slips which can be reserved exclusively for rent by members of the club. To me, this puts forward a very public-oriented leasing policy, and I think it's not. I don't want to lose that.
Those requirements do exist in the leases.
Okay, and those those are things that we're contractually bound to.
Right.
Okay, so we incorporate this language in our leases.
Correct.
Thank you.
Harbor channel widths are arbitrarily reduced. I have to tell you, it was anything but arbitrary. The process that we go through with the Coast Guard, first ourselves, is we place buoys out in the channel along areas that we think might be available for slips, and then go out and do measurements ourselves. Then we take the Coast Guard out by water and have them measure themselves, have them judge whether they believe it's safe. Then that's all written up, submitted to the Coast Guard here. It goes to Long Beach. Long Beach Coast Guard office does their own review in the regional headquarters, and then a letter is issued saying whether or not they agree that what's being proposed is safe.
Though from the amendments that we did with the errata sheet, he did correctly point out that you can't jump to 200 to 300 feet wide,
right,
as was mentioned in the report. So he did.
And we did make that
he
correction.
accurate.
He was
Thank
yes,
you.
he was correct about that. And then we, even on our staff, I must say we have a difference of opinion. This goes back to Supervisor Parks, the title pages, the index, the table of contents at the beginning, where the appendixes erroneously claim to be approved. Our consultant sitting behind me believes we should leave those as approved because what you are looking at is a document that, if certified by the Coastal Commission, would remain unchanged, and those would be approved projects, assuming a NOID is also processed at the same time. I'm saying in the draft, it doesn't bother me to have those approved listings go away just because it's clearer for the public. But it is correct that the language that's here, the slip counts, the totals, the channel widths, all assume that every change we've showed you today has been made. So that if we noted, well, this isn't true today, this isn't true today, it would be an even more complicated document.
Well, I do have a problem saying that projects and plans have been approved that have not been approved, and calling them approved, because the Public Works Plan is approved first by the Coastal Commission. It's kind of a chicken and egg argument, but they're, by approving this, if we do today, are we approving plans that we haven't seen before?
Plans we haven't seen before.
You have some plans that are coming forward. We have, for example, Area X or whatever.
These drawings, for the most part, have been seen before, either attached to leases or since January 17th attached to this plan. You would be giving at least conceptual approval to those projects. As you know, the Coastal Commission is unlikely to leave any of these as they appear today. But in general, conceptual approval, yes, we would be asking you for your approval. Because once the pier head lines are extended, they are extended based on these particular plans, a slip mix that reflects the slip mix that we've shown to you today in terms of lengths.
Okay. For example, X3, I guess Appendix J, the board has never voted on this, and yet it's in here as an approved plan. So by approving this PWP, is that kind of the way that we are, quote, approving that?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's up for discussion.
I have a little problem with that procedure to approve projects through a PWP amendment process instead of having the project approved before we approve it in the PWP.
Yeah, that is the only one that has not already been subject to a lease that's been carefully reviewed. And any of these areas could be eliminated. Any of these plans could be eliminated. You could ask for a resubmission of any of the plans. That's certainly at your discretion, but that's why we made sure that each of them were included here in the appendix.
And I wouldn't have the objection if you removed the word approved.
Right, which I say I have no problem with.
Okay,
We didn't
that would
place
take
it on
care
the
of my
appendix sheet.
concern.
Right.
Well, for example, all the appendices listed in your table of content, I'll say the things have been approved, some haven't been approved.
Like the dry dock.
Well, no, the dry dock
Dry stack, I mean.
right, is particularly called out as being a landside amendment. All this does is call the board's and the public's attention that parcel Q is a potential location for future dry stack that would then come forward to you. This, again, would only be calling your attention to that and announcing to the public the intention to pursue looking at a dry stack facility there. As I said in the board letter, we're recommending that that would subsequently go out to RFP so that you would know what it would look like, how high it would be, how big it would be, and have a chance to approve or disapprove it through that process.
If we leave it in here like it is, then it is approved.
It's a tacit approval by the Board of Supervisors.
It's a, if you will, a zone that's approved.
It's
not
it's
how
zoning.
it's going to look or anything, but
It's
the use of the
zoning.
land.
Right, it's zoning that's approved.
That's
Not just for dry stack, because dry stack, except for height potentially, would be allowed on the current zoning. We believe that it would be. It's really a call for use.
This whole concept of what's approved and what is an approval brings me to another question, and that is you take something, for example, viewshed corridors, and I think you have a new viewshed map in here, or at least it's map 4, figure 4 is in here.
Right.
And then on top of it, we're, if this is approved, incorporate some new slip sizes that we haven't seen before. For example, the 121-foot slip size in one area and some 60-foot slip size in front of. So I haven't had the ability to look and say, is this going to impact view sheds? And I hear someone tells us this, but do I have the drawings that show that if I'm standing in the park, I'm now going to be seeing 60-foot boats in my way so I can't see the water? I don't know that information. So what I'm asking is, if this is approved, when we actually come to the project itself, is this kind of a maximum that is allowable, or is it also something that we have to consider this is going to actually be the case? It isn't just the maximum, it is the case. And that's kind of what like zoning is, you can go from, 4 to 12 houses in this particular zone. Does that mean we're putting 12 houses there?
Or 4 houses.
Right.
I would say that it's safe to assume that this is the maximum. And the view corridor chart, by the way, has not changed except for the pier headlines. The view corridors are not being touched until the land side.
Right, except that we may be impacting them with approving this without first knowing what the impact of 60-foot docks or 121-foot docks are on those viewshed corridors. I don't have that information. That would be really helpful.
Yeah, in the existing Public Works plan, under the view corridors, broken lines with arrows indicate areas where visual access to the water areas of the harbor will receive special protection. These are primary points which afford the opportunity to watch the activities occurring on the water, which one would assume is boating. This is the problem. We've talked about this before. This is the problem that we get into when the Coastal Commission requires plans to be in the Public Works plan instead of just zoning language. We started this with the Bisque and then with Channel Islands Harbor Marina. With a requirement to have plans, that means we have to have some concept of what, if we're extending pier heads, why? What will it accomplish? What's the measurement? How big are the boats? They want
Maybe
all
if
that
we had some
information.
language in here that said this is the maximum allowed that we're looking at, and that based on the policies to protect view sheds and that it may not reach that full build-out. Something along those lines, because at this point, I feel like I might be doing something inconsistent. Those complete the acquaintance comments?
I wanted to talk a little bit about this approval thing. If you say it doesn't make any difference whether you have the word approved in there or not, and it makes you feel more comfortable, I'm fine. I just want to make sure it really doesn't make any difference.
No, it doesn't make
any
difference.
That we are really comfortable with that. The second thing is, just conceptually, I wanted to run by that it seems to me we're trying to word this how this would read the day the Coastal Commission accepted it.
Correct.
Which is a little bit different than how would it read today. Because, I mean, we're creating a document that can only be changed when the Coastal Commission changes it. So this is a pretty permanent document. So we don't want to, we want to word this thing. And I think it's zoning is exactly what came to my mind when we said that. We have this thing. This doesn't mean that we have to approve a project at X3. It just means that we have a document that allows us to approve that project at X3.
It gives you the right.
Yeah.
Right.
So from that standpoint, and I know a lot of people say, well, there's expectation, all that other stuff. It would be very difficult for us to have analyzed every detail of every project at these things up to this point in time. So I think it is prudent, and so I can go either way. I don't know. And so I just want to be really cautious if we add language. I suspect if we look back to what caused the old PWP to be a hard to work with document, it's sometimes the minute you start adding things, you start to add that confusion. So I'd like to support Supervisor Parks as much as I can in terms of doing that, but I want to just make sure that the staff says, well, you do that, you start to add a level of uncertainty that makes your document inconsistent or confusing. That's where I think we just want to be cautious as we do that. So,
Well, how do you want that qualified then?
We can address that, I guess, when we get to the motion and all, but looking at the concept that this is a maximum allowable use and that a lesser use may well go in these places depending on things like view shed. The market might change. You might want different size slips, but you can't go any bigger than what's being put forward. But you can go smaller.
A question that I have related to that is, does that cause a problem for the Coastal Commission? And, for example, they say, oh, well, then maybe you really are decreasing the number of slips because you're not you see what I mean?
I'm talking size, though.
We have a...
Yeah, you see what I mean? I don't want them to say, well, gosh, you say your maximum is 2160, but in reality, you might only approve 1,400, so we don't like your plan.
Yeah.
So
And
I just want to be
I am
cautious
just
with
being specific to the size of this slip. In
Good.
terms of you can have a 60-foot boat there, you can have a 120-foot boat there, and what's that do to the view shed? Not how many boats that you're putting there.
there's a possibility, go ahead.
Yeah. Andy Culbertson on behalf of the county. First, to Chairman Park's point, this document you should regard as a general plan and zoning document. That's strictly it. What has happened throughout the BISC process and the amendment process for the Channel Islands Harbor Marina is that the Coastal Commission staff has to include what was the equivalent of a tentative tract map in the zoning general plan document, and that's what's causing the problem. We've continued to follow that, although professionally I believe that those documents should not be part of the regulatory aspect because they are the subject of notices of impending development, the funny word, the NOID, which is approved by the county, given notice to the Coastal Commission, and they can approve or approve it with conditions. So therefore, saying it's approved, Supervisor Bennett, is correct. You're looking at the document in its state when you receive final certification from the Coastal Commission, if this is the way it goes. Now, you could put in phrasing in the document to introduce the technical appendices in this regard, and I'm just going to do it off the top of my head, but it would be something along the lines of Appendix X is intended to contain those projects which have been the subject of approved notices of impending development by the Board of Supervisors of Ventura County and by the California Coastal Commission. Additions to these projects do not require a PWP amendment. So that you can keep the document current, you have one compendium where you know where everything is. You don't have a narrative that falls out of currency almost the moment it's adopted, and you keep track of your projects. The issue with whether you're approving a specific project or regulations, you are approving the regulations which entitle you at some future date to approve such a project. But I must say that the table will reflect, if the board approves the table as it is, it will reflect Appendix A, the number of slips. It is in a form of a commitment of this board to the Coastal Commission of a particular number of slips. And although Director Krieger has done a very good job of identifying exactly what's out there and what we can produce, what the county can produce is a reflection of the plans that are in the back of the document, the appendices. So I'd be less than honest if I didn't tell you there was a link between Appendix A table and those plans, because that's how it is.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
By using the term dry stacking, that eliminates other kind of uses for that particular piece of land at the harbor. Could we not put in a couple more that would qualify in case dry stacking isn't needed?
Well, in terms of dry stack not being needed, we have been informed particularly...
Well, I know it's needed, right?
Yeah.
I would suggest it is needed now, but I just use as an example, use any other one of those exhibits. In other words, to allow a little flexibility.
Through the chair, Supervisor Flynn, you can identify more uses for that parcel, but it would be my recommendation respectfully that that be a land side issue. All you are doing with the water side is you're making a logical connection for the Coastal Commission and for the public that you intend to incorporate some sort of dry stack project in the future, and the size, the massing, the location, and which parcel it goes on, and how you combine it with other uses or not do it at all would be a matter for the land side amendment. That would be my recommendation.
So it's a placeholder.
Just not meaning to belabor this, but because we don't have viewshed information and we are talking about some very large boats, and I don't know what the impact it will be on the viewshed and if it will be consistent with what we see as our viewshed protection corridors. It may be that we may not want as large boats in some of these docks, which may mean you may want more slips if you end up saying we can't put those here or we'll block views. So I'm just kind of throwing that out there. I wouldn't see reducing the number of slips in your table, but it's possible if we do decide later that this maximum size is too big, we can go smaller by law. We can also add more slips, I would hope.
Yeah, I would suggest that throughout the harbor, and all of you have been there, the land area that you're looking from is always pretty consistently higher, at least 4 feet, often much more than 4 feet. Is that fair? 7. often 7 feet, so that the size of the boat from standing on land is really not a material issue, because by the time you get to the height of the eyes and then you drop an additional 4 to 7 feet from the ground, what you're really seeing is either the fly bridge for fishing, the mast, whatever upper structure there is to the boat. So the view issue is really very limited.
Okay. Thank you. So you're not going to be seeing big holes.
Right. The hull is generally not visible, and half of it is in the
Okay.
water usually.
Thank you. You had one last.
Yeah, the one last thing, commercial fishing is squeezed out. There is no, let's see, I've lost my place with the letter. There is no reduction in the number of commercial fishing slips. There is a suggestion that an additional crane, I don't know how this happened. There is no reduction in commercial fishing slips. I found it interesting that to the contrary, the letter from the Community Services District suggested that we are accommodating the proliferation of commercial fishing, and this says we're squeezing commercial fishing out, and I'm hoping that means we got it just about right, because the commercial fishing number of slips remains unchanged.
And we really have no choice on that because of a long time ago Coastal Commission decision on commercial fishing slips. Am I correct?
Commercial fishing and recreational fishing are protected.
But I mean, you're not
priority basis.
reducing the commercial slips
No.
for fishing.
No. We are allowing, we've made a clear statement here that because as you know, for several years now, commercial fishing's been on a decline in this area, that if slips are not being used, they can be used on a month-to-month basis by recreational boaters. However, if a commercial boat comes, they must be given first
Commercial
right.
boats have a priority.
Right. That's the end of those comments. Okay, then that was just Mr. Quaintance. I forgot we have more. Going on to Mr. Burr, his comment philosophically, he had a problem with dividing the land and water, and said that CEQA required them to be considered at the same time. Remember, we're working under the Coastal Commission Certified Regulatory Program, and it is all right, as Mr. Quaintance suggested, to work on a project-by-project basis, so it's really a policy decision to be made by the board and not a legal issue at this time. The idea that this waterside amendment will drive the landside amendment, if there was a drastic number in slips change, particularly an increase, I would say that might be true, but just replacement of the existing slips should not have a great impact on the landside development. Public input, a comment was made by Mr. Burr that there was not adequate public input. I'd just remind the board that we had the 3 study sessions last year. We repeated those study sessions at the Harbor Commission, so there are those 3 sessions. We had 2 meetings of the Harbor Commission on this matter before it came to you, and now we have today's hearing. And that's over a period of a year. So we believe there's been actually a fair amount of public input, and that we've talked about the discrepancy at the Bahia. This ending is at the turn in the road here for Harbor Boulevard. May not be as clear on the one with the red color in, but that's the end of those comments. We actually only have, I think, one more commenter. Then Ms. Rosiniak, am I getting that right? Yes. Thank you. And Ms. Rosiniak, I have to say, I appreciate, has offered to join us in working on the land side on the pedestrian promenade, which we're working our way through the RFQ now for landscape architects to help us with that. She commented again on the boating center that should have been underlined as new language. I think I've explained already that is not true because that's already approved language by the Coastal Commission. She commented that the deletions should be kept. The Harbor Commission agreed on one of those instances. They believed that the history should be kept and placed in an appendix so that it doesn't affect the document itself. The deletions are kept on record. This was our certified and is still our certified public works plan, but even if approved, will have been the certified public works plan for more than 20 years. and it will always be part of the public record. So just because it's deleted from the new plan doesn't mean the information goes away. There was a comment that boats can't be placed in the water. Let's see. This is Channel Islands Landing, the little park areas over here. There is a brand-new hoist here that was replaced, I don't see Mr. Nam in the audience, about 3 weeks ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago, those of you who have boaters. And all boats are being placed in the water from that location now that are in dry storage. So it is not true that they have to be taken somewhere at Victoria to be launched. The dredging of the channel, there is not double the water in the channel. There is about the same amount of water in the channel as there has always been. We are not dredging more often than every 2 years, except on the occasion when we're able to raise extra money from Congress and do some special cleanup projects. In terms of overseeing the tugboats and barges with the black smoke, there are air pollution control district permits for every dredging cycle, and particularly the dredge equipment, those of you who've been on it now know, has scrubbing equipment to keep it clean, keep the emissions cleaner. The tugboats are always a problem, but they are part of the air pollution control district, and they control it by hours of operation, how long they can operate, and a number of other factors. So there is somebody watching over that pretty carefully. And that's what I have on the public comments.
With that, then, do you want to go ahead and ask questions that may not have been addressed by the public and Ms. Krieger?
All of them got answered. All of mine got answered.
I've got some.
Supervisor Flynn?
Just a question about the consultant's work. Did the consultant put this Public Works Plan Amendment 3 together?
It was, I would say, pretty fair to say it was a joint project. We did a pretty extensive markup in-house. Andy Culbertson also did a markup, and we worked together extensively on this.
Because if you go back in time to 2002, we issued a contract for Culbertson, Adams and Associates with a price tag of $275,000.
Right.
How does that work in with what we're doing now?
The Public Works Plan Amendment you contracted for then is being completed now. The total cost, which you asked about in your email, billed to date on the Public Works Plan Amendment is $90,000, half of which has been reimbursed by the lessees to this point. So $45,000 cost to the county.
For the cost to the county to have the consultant.
Right, not counting my time or Marilyn Miller's time or others.
Because there,
pretty
there
reasonable.
was, I guess it depends on what we mean or you mean or all of us mean by a new draft Public Works Plan or a new Public Works Plan or an amended Public Works Plan. But if you look at the schedule that we gave to the contractor, Culbertson, Mrs. Culbertson, we had a whole list of things here. Public Works Plan due. We had a calendar right here.
Right.
So this should have been completed some time ago if we're talking about the Public Works Plan that we have today.
Right. You can hold me responsible for that, Supervisor Flynn, because we issued changes of order in work when we were overwhelmed by the BISC and had to do that EIR and then had Coastal Commission hearings, court cases. The work was deferred.
But it's all complicated, I realize that. But on the other hand, we're responsible for the issuance of the contract and for the payment of the money. Right. And then the BISC had a similar way to schedule it, only a shorter period of time. Anyway, I just bring that to your attention because that is, in fact, a contract to do some work on that. Let me just make, what are we going to do with this today? Are we adopting this or what are we doing?
I think we do have that option. I would imagine that might be where we're heading.
Is it?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. We've had discussion. First of all, this is a difficult project. I understand that. And I don't really find a lot of problems with it, with what you're presenting. There are some, but not a lot, not necessarily significant. But I do think that we need to keep in mind always what kind of a harbor this is. Is it a private harbor or is it a public harbor? And when you raise that question, you're talking about, well, who paid for the harbor? Who paid for the dredging of the harbor? It was local funds, it was state funds, and it was federal funds. So the public taxpayers invested into this facility. And because of that, we need to always be sensitive about all of the public that we represent. So the fishing issue came up, because that's an enjoyment of the harbor by a group of people that may not have enough money to have a boat. Now, Kitty Beach is in here, and I see it's still alive. Am I correct? Kitty Beach is still alive. Yes. Good. But I would hope that we could bring it back to the condition that it was in at one time. And let me just give you just a little bit of information about that. If we think about contamination, we think about Kitty Beach being eroded to what? The mud. And the mud is where the contamination comes from. If you don't have any sand on top of that mud, Mr. Johnson, you might be interested. If you don't have any sand on top of that mud, then you don't have any way to filter out that contamination. It works something like a septic system. You know, you have septic systems and you have leach lines, they run out and they go into a sand, and then the sand cleans it up. We don't have any sand there to do the cleaning that needs to be done. So I hope that we can follow with including this as part of our project, part of our amendment, Public Works Amendment, and become committed to doing it. I talked with pretty high-level people in D.C. I don't have their names right in front of me, but they said they couldn't see any reason why it couldn't be done. Now, if we think about that public part of the harbor, why is Kitty Beach then kind of important? It's important because you have a whole group of people that are able to use it who can't use, anything else for the most part. And they're young children. And they're young children that have this opportunity. So let's bring it back to them. That's part of it being a public harbor, not a private harbor. Let's try to satisfy everyone that we possibly can. We need slips. We need more slips. I support the slip additions. You've got 20-foot extensions and you've got some 5-foot extensions and so forth. I think that's good. We maximize the slips that we can have in that harbor. We have to be careful about putting too many there because the harbor becomes unworkable with the main channel and so forth. So I think we're hitting it just about right there. On X3, putting in long slips to accommodate long boats, kind of boat that Supervisor Bennett might have. 15 of those could receive what a month in rent? These long boats, $1,000? Am I right? When? Slip rent, somewhere around there. So we're talking about 15 times 1,000 times 12. We're talking about some pretty good money. I would hope that as we go on, we don't need to make a decision like this today, but I hope we consider that maybe the county run these slips and operate the slips. It'd be a good money maker. We have to make sure we have enough money to keep up the riprap, keep up the harbor, keep up the landscape, keep the harbor patrol going, okay? And the harbor has never, at least in the last several years, not made any money, really. If you think about this harbor, let's say it's worth $200 million or even $100 million. I think more like $200 million. And if we were to sell it and got $200 million and invest it, we would be getting back some pretty good money. Maybe $10 million, $20 million a year. So that's what we have to think about too. We have to think about being able to raise enough money where we don't have to go borrow money to put in riprap, unless that borrowing money is cheaper money than using ours money. So It's important we have enough money to operate this harbor in a very excellent manner, so I'm in support of that. I don't know about the 300 feet to 600 feet in front of Cisco's. Can you talk about that, Lynn?
That is just a correction to the actual length of the existing dock that's been there for more than 20 years.
600 feet.
Yes.
That's what it is?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it's a correction?
Yes.
Okay. As part of the public record. Let me just go back just for a moment and think about the beginnings of this harbor and the people who gave the land for the harbor, the Bard family, for example. Carla Bard was my first appointee to the Ventura County Planning Commission. She and her husband Archie, who was a son of the famous Bard, commented a lot about the land that they gave. They were happy to give the land, but they always emphasized that this is a harbor for boats and it's a harbor for people. And if you knew them very well, if you know them very well, as I do, Carla Bard, God bless her, she passed away, but they would be very much in favor of, let's have a harbor for everyone here. We don't have any landscape plan in this public works plan? Or we do?
That will be part of the land side amendment coming
Well,
next.
this is kind of confusing because when you deal with X3, you're dealing with what? Land and water. Okay. So that whole notion of separating water from land, to me, that's not a good planning principle. Well, you're a planner. What do you think of that? Do you support it?
I'm for the comprehensive approach, but I think with air, again, if we consider this as the maximum intensity, that you could have a slip there when we decide what the landside use is going to be, we can always relook at that for lesser intensity.
Okay. Then going on to the dry stacking, that tells me we're going to go up, are we, with stacking of boats?
Yeah.
When you look at some of those boats down at the harbor, even some of them that are in slips, it kind of almost looks like people don't use them very much. And if you go to the dry docks, it doesn't look like people use those boats very much, and yet they're taking up what kind of land? $30 a square foot land, or what is the value of that land down there? It has a high value. I would hope if we're going to go forward with any more dry docking, and it's good for people who can't afford a slip, that the county consider running it itself, operating it, owning it and operating it. Why do I say that? Go down and look at the dry docks now. They're just like parking lots. There's not much added to them. There probably needs to be some fencing put up so that they're not such an ugly sight from Victoria. You know.
We could have this discussion when we talk about the land side.
Yeah.
Too.
Well, I know, but I have to say it now because I can't really separate the water from the land. But all in all, I think we've got something to go forward with here. I hope that you take into consideration some of the things that I've said.
Thank you. Are there other comments by the board? Do you want? Okay, I'll go ahead. I understand the concept that you prefer to have the word approved is what I'm hearing, because by the time it gets to the public, if you don't care about it one way or the other, for my own benefit, I would prefer not to have approved on plans that have not yet been approved when we're approving the PWP. So if it makes no difference, I would like to go ahead and remove those, particularly on those that have not been approved, as well as in your subheading, when it says that the ones below have been approved without
This would be consistent with the errata sheet that we handed out with the change of the language of the sentence above.
That's right, but you would also include the subtitle for that heading in the table of contents so that it doesn't have the implication that everything below has been approved, and it has that potential implication with the language. I'd also, on page 1 in the introduction, Actually, page 5 in the introduction, I'm thinking of adding one word that would assist me in this whole concept of maximum uses. Yes, the last paragraph on our draft page 5, which would be section 1.2, last paragraph. It says the principal objective of the Public Works Plan will be to identify land use designations and intensities within the harbor and provide policies which provide, protect, and maintain public access and the use of recreational waters in the adjacent harbor. I really appreciate that language. I like the fact that our emphasis is for the public. My suggestion is add the word maximum to the word intensities. So the principle of the objective of the Public Works Plan will be to identify land use designations and maximum intensities within the harbor. Does that give you heartburn? No, and because, thank you, I'm glad, because to me that's what I'm hearing. These are the maximum intensities. We can, as a board, have something lesser than what we have proposed in this plan when we bring it to the Public Works. We bring it to the Coastal Commission. It could be approved, but the plans that we then approve subsequently can or cannot be the total maximum density. So those are my two requests, and it sounds like staff hasn't a problem with it. I just would like to comment about the process here. This is the easy one. This is the land side. This is the water side. This is looking at replacing docks and refurbishing, and to me that is the easy one. The harder part, and the one which I really encourage public participation, even more so, is in the land side, because that is where we're actually going to have development. And I think it's really important that we have the public's input on viewshed corridors and landscaping and the proposed uses and mix of uses. And with that, I hear from the public that they want to participate, but it's a two-way street. I think that the board went out of its way and staff went out of its way today and spent a couple of hours on a letter from a member of the public, and I think that's really good, and I think that sends a message that we are here to listen and to address. It may not be sufficient to the questions you ask, but we are addressing them in the ways that we feel sufficiently does that, and I think that's an important message. Words like hatchet job and deceptive and, this amendment makes a lie, those aren't words for cooperative public engagement. And I would just encourage, when we have the next phase, the more difficult phase, and the one that we really want to hear from the public and work with the public and take your input in the drafting of the document, that we can have a discourse that allows for that. And I'm just encouraging, and I will do whatever I can to assist, to see that the public is well informed, their input is taken early on and can be incorporated into the next amendment, which I would imagine would be amendment number 4. And I'm hoping that that will be, and I hear it's going to be coming soon, so we can start talking about getting that committee out there to help us with the walkways and determine where would be the best walkways, landscaping, lighting, view sheds, types of uses, as I mentioned. So I'm just really hope that we can have a good dialogue.
That means that we'll have a landscaping plan in that. Is that correct? I mean, it'll be treated in this document.
And in the next one coming. And that dialogue works on both sides. I watched the Harbor Commission meeting where my Harbor Commissioner, after spending 20 hours analyzing and bringing all these documents, had 5 minutes. And he wasn't allowed to speak more than 5 minutes. And I just thought, boy, that would upset me so much if I spent all my time and I spent 20 hours putting together documentation and was told you can only speak for 5 minutes and ask questions regarding your concerns, but as soon as 5 minutes up, you can't address this anymore. And I was sorry to see that, because I think we need to be able to hear the information that the public and our commissioners have to offer. So it works on both sides. That's my comments, Supervisor Bennett.
I'll do this very quickly. Number one, I appreciate the fact that we've had 8 hearings on this. I also appreciate the fact that the newspapers covered almost all of those hearings. So I think that the Harbor Commission has heard this and appreciate your comments, but voted on this thing overwhelmingly. So I think there has either been a good faith professional effort made to do public outreach and to try to do this right, or you don't think that's happened. But if at this point in time, I don't think we're going to change very many people's minds. You either think that's happened or you think that we're hiding the ball and there's a real problem with the process. What I do know is you can never write a document so completely, et cetera, that everybody will say it's got everything covered, and I particularly appreciate the fact that we're not locking ourselves in, because I really wish back in 1986 some supervisors would have stopped and said, you know how much heartburn we're going to visit on the other supervisors for 20 years with a document that has all kinds of conflicting language in it that lets everybody fight, because everybody can find something in there. And so I think that's been a good faith effort made to not do this. So I'm sensitive to this, and as long as staff is saying that they're comfortable with 2 changes of Supervisor Parks, I would make these final comments. One, I appreciate the input and the interest. People spent time on this thing. We had good letters written from a number of people that obviously spent time on this. I really appreciate all that input. It made me a better supervisor as I reviewed it with that, forced staff to answer some questions, and the one thing that I probably am most sensitive to is the woman who came up and said it's hard to read a document like this. And I would offer public input when you have to do things with these kind of legal documents. It is challenging, and that's why we had the document out early, but it's still, I very much appreciate it. When I started doing this, sometimes you'd go, oh my gosh, can I ever slug through this kind of stuff, and come to our staff and ask them for their help, and I hope that they'll certainly help you whenever that happens. So with that, I would be interested in making the motion to approve the document with the 2 changes that Supervisor Parks added. Again, I saw staff nodding their head. I think that those are minimal changes that wouldn't cause problems for us. I'd be ready to make that motion, but I certainly want to hear from the other supervisors if they want to comment.
Let me just make a comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have Supervisor Long.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm certainly ready to move on this also, and your recommended wording's fine. I think it's been a long time coming. I think that this board supported, and it really was a recommendation of the Coastal Commission staff to say separate the 2, so we can move ahead and get this portion of it done, because we know, one, it's limited both in the flexibility of what's to be accomplished there. And to have this now as kind of that maximum document, so then we're able to work within the parameters of the maximum framework. And I think that the next step is going to be the harder step, no question, but I think the staff has done an excellent job in trying to be as inclusive and holding the public process, as has been noted here, to really get to this point today. And I guess I heard a different report out from the Advisory Commission, because I was quite impressed that there was a 6-1 vote on the components of this document, which I don't know that we've had that in the past years. So I think it's important that we move ahead with positive words, again, that this is a significant step in the right direction for all of us to move ahead with positive vision for this harbor that is a public harbor and has great public opportunities throughout all pieces of it. And I hope even more so when we work on the landside piece of it, that it is a harbor that has been underutilized, but now has great opportunity with decisions that we can make today and the ones yet to be made in the future. So I think that there's been excellent work on it.
Supervisor Green.
Did you want to go? Yeah. We're dealing with a plan here, and if we're going to err, let's err on the side of making sure we recognize that this is a public harbor, not a private harbor. It's a public harbor. We've got to maximize our ways to serve the public, all of the public, and I hope we continue to do that. I think this does that. I have some other issues as far as slip rates, that sort of thing, for another time, but I hope we do that. I think also it's disingenuous to talk about what people have done in 1986 and what they did when we dug the harbor and all of that, that was the best that could be done in those days. That was a long time ago. Rather than continuing to pick on 1986 and bad contracts and leases, let's look to the future. We don't need to be reminded of things that you've said 100 times about the past. I hope we can look at the future. And as it stands, the 1986 Public Works Plan is going to be amended, but it's not going to disappear. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Foy, did you want to make any comments? You don't have to. But
I want to extend this.
Thank you. And I also just want to compliment, well, it kind of happened in many different ways, but the fact that we're ending up with as many slips as we are, because I was really concerned about the loss of slips. So it's nice to see that by looking at the East Channel, where we don't have that kind of congestion problems, we are able to maintain basically the same amount of slips that we have today with this future plan. So I'm glad to see that.
I move the recommended action with the 2 changes that you've asked staff to make.
I second it with the third change I asked, and that was what Lynn offered to do, is put into her cover letter a comment about the his.
Right.
So I'm fine with that.
That's fine with the maker of the motion. Are there any objections to the motion? Seeing none, that passes. Thank you all for your comments, for staying, and sorry it ran so late. Thank you, staff, for the hard work. And Supervisor Bennett, one last comment.
Not about this, but I'd like us
Thank
to
you
go
very
back
much.
into closed session.
Okay. It's been requested that we return to closed session. County Council, that's fine for us to adjourn our meeting from closed session then?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll go to closed session.
I want to revisit that.